Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the Supreme Being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of the Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Oath or affirmation. Announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator the Honorable Dominic Smith, who is out of the country. Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from Her Excellency, the President, Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT. By Her Excellency, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, to Mr. Rishi Tripathi. Whereas Senator the Honorable Dominic Smith is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago. Now, therefore, I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President, as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acted in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, do hereby appoint you, Rishi Tripathi, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 3rd of February 2026 and continuing during the absence of Senator the Honorable Dominic Smith from Trinidad and Tobago, given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, St. Anne's, this 3rd day of February 2026. Honorable Senators, a senator is required to take the oath. May we all stand?
I, Rishi Tripathi, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by the Bhagavad Gita that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
Honorable Senators, I wish to advise that pursuant to Standing Order 30, I have received correspondence from both Senator Anthony Vieira, SC, and Senator Dr. Amery Browne, seeking to raise two matters of privilege. I have since studied both submissions carefully, and I am convinced that neither submission meets the threshold to be raised as a matter of privilege. I so rule.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives. On the supplemental order paper, the Bail Amendment Bill 2026 in the name of the Attorney General.
The Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 62(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Bail Amendment Bill 2026 be taken on Friday, February the 6th, 2026.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the Bail Amendment Bill 2026 be taken on Friday, February the 6th, 2026. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the Bail Amendment Bill 2026 will be taken on Friday, February 6th, 2026.
Petitions, papers.
The Honorable Vice President.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name. The 47th Annual Report of the Ombudsman for the period January 2024 to December 2024.
The Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the supplemental order paper in the name of the Minister of Land and Legal Affairs. The Land Acquisition Requisition Order 2025.
Reports from committees. Urgent questions.
The Honorable Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation. I'll come on. Take the question. I didn't see.
Thank you, Mr. President. Accepted. To the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation, given recent shortages of goods and services across various sectors throughout Tobago, can the Minister indicate the time frame for the operationalization of the MV Blue Wave Harmony and what interim measures are being implemented to ensure cargo delivery to Tobago?
The Honourable Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, please allow me to refer to Standing Order 24.1. Questions may be put to a minister relating to any subject or department under the minister's administrative responsibility. With respect to question 1, the Sea Bridge falls under the purview of the Honourable Minister of Works and Infrastructure. Certainly, Senator Browne should have known such urgent questions should be directed to the proper minister. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Amery Browne.
Next urgent question.
Okay. The Honourable Senator Dr. Amery Browne.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the light of rising public concern, can the Minister state what contingency arrangements are in place to meet increased demand for domestic travel during the National Carnival period?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. President, with respect to question 2, the assumption is that Senator Browne is referring to the air bridge, which is operated by Caribbean Airlines, which doesn't fall under my purview. It falls under the purview of the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Yes.
Just for clarification, the Minister has made a false assumption. Can he please answer the question?
The domestic travel is operated by the airbridge Caribbean Airlines. Caribbean Airlines falls under the purview of the Ministry of Finance.
Senator Browne. Yes.
Mr. President, thank you. By way of supplemental question, is the Honourable Minister aware that domestic travel includes the PTSC, which falls under his portfolio?
I don't think that question arises.
Mr. President, is that an opinion or statement?
I have ruled. I have ruled on that matter. It does not arise. It does not arise. Any Browne?
Questions on notice. Questions for oral answer.
Senator Dr. Amery Browne.
You do call on the Leader of Government Business. In the office of the Prime Minister, Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, with respect to question number 31, we have the Minister of Homeland Security here, who is ready to answer the question. And just to save time, with respect to questions 32, 33, and 34, the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation similarly is very ready to answer those questions today.
Thank you.
President, if I may, deferred question for written answer with the Leader of Government Business give an indication.
Yeah.
Mr. President, the answer to that question has been approved, and it ought to be on its way by email to the clerk and will be circulated today.
Senator Dr. Amery Browne.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, question number 31 to the Minister of Homeland Security.
The Honourable Minister of Homeland Security.
Mr. President, and thank you for the question, Senator Amery Browne. The Ministry of Homeland Security, and in particular the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, is deeply concerned about murder-suicides, especially those linked to a history of domestic violence. These tragic events, Mr. President, underscores the critical need for early intervention, robust victim support, and coordinated preventative strategies. In response, Mr. President, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, through its Victim and Witness Support Unit and Crisis Response Team, has implemented a range of targeted measures aimed to reduce domestic violence-related crimes, strengthening early intervention mechanisms, and preventing escalation to fatal outcomes. These measures include, Mr. President, psychosocial, emotional, and investigative support services to victims and survivors of crime, including those affected by domestic violence, through the Victim and Witness Support Unit, Mr. President. This includes counseling, safety planning, referral to partner agencies, and ongoing case management for high-risk situations. Immediate, Mr. President, immediate. On-site intervention follows domestic violence-related incidents, such as murders, attempted murders, and other high-risk conflicts through the Crisis Response Team. This team works closely with investigators and support services to stabilize situations, support affected families, and reduce the risk of escalating violence. Mr. President, public sensitization and community outreach. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service continues to prioritize public education and prevention initiatives designed to raise awareness of domestic violence. Available social and support services, and the importance of early reporting and intervention. These initiatives include youth mentorship programs, male empowerment initiatives, women's wellness programs, teen survival groups interventions, early abuse symposium, community lectures on domestic violence investigations, and nationwide youth violence prevention and digital safety education. Collectively, Mr. President, these programs address early warning signs such as cohesive control on healthy relationship and other risk factors associated with violent escalation. Mr. President, recent statistics from the Victim and Witness Support Unit of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service indicates the following services provided during report period: counseling, support to victims, and emergency intervention for victims experiencing escalated threats. 25. Crisis deployment, including homicide and high-risk domestic violence cases. 6. And support provided to affected families, including children. 10. Mr. President, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service remains committed to addressing domestic violence through strengthened victim support services, crisis intervention, proactive management of high-risk cases, interagency collaboration, and sustained public sensitization efforts with the overreaching goal, of preventing further loss of life and enhancing public safety. Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Browne, you have? Oh, okay. Yes.
Yes, please, supplemental question, please.
Yes.
For the Minister of Homeland Security. Now, Minister, thank you. You would have given us some statistics as it relates to the number of certain programs that you would have, well, the police would have undertaken. For example, you would have said counseling and emergency 25. But my question is, in relation to the community lectures, which you indicated that was undertaken as it relates to public education and prevention, can you tell us how many community lectures were undertaken in 2025?
The Honourable Minister of Homeland.
Mr. President, I humbly apologize for not having those figures here before me. There's not an issue in me providing the information to you at a subsequent time. If you want in writing, we will.
Okay. Another supplemental. The Honourable Senator Dr. Browne.
Mr. President, and I thank the Minister for his response. Are any of the measures listed by the Minister new initiatives? And if so, which are the new initiatives, Mr. President?
Honourable Minister of Homeland Security.
Mr. President, when you have sections in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service that for years was underutilized, and now they have found a new meaning through leadership. To some, it may seem like it's very new, but in fact, it is now working, Mr. President.
Appreciate it, but could we have a response to the supplemental question? The Minister in his initial reply.
Ask a question.
So may I ask it again then, if necessary? Of the initiatives listed by the Minister in response to the question, which, if any of they, are new initiatives?
All right. Well, I think the Minister has attempted to answer. He might not have satisfied your standard, as you may want to call it, but he has in fact responded. So if there's another question, I'll allow it. Any other supplemental, Senator Browne? Okay. Senator Dr. Melanie asks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question number 32 to the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation.
Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation.
Mr. President, the Ministry confirms that a recent increase in traffic fines, which took effect from January 1, 2026, forms part of a broader, coordinated national road safety policy framework. While there are many approaches that governments may adopt to improve road safety, the Ministry is keenly aware that regulatory systems can be undermined when penalties fail to provide adequate punitive and deterrent value. The adjustment of fines is therefore not an isolated measure, but a deliberate policy instrument aimed at reinforcing respect for the law, strengthening accountability, and discouraging behaviors that place road users at risk. The primary objective remains the reduction of traffic violations, serious injuries and fatalities, and the promotion of a safer and more responsible road culture. In this context, the increase in fines complements a range of ongoing national road safety initiatives being pursued by the ministry. These include the improved deployment and maintenance of traffic signs and road safety infrastructure, sustained public education and awareness campaigns, the expansion and strategic utilization of traffic wardens, amendments to relevant legislation to address emerging risks, the decentralization of vehicle inspection stations to improve compliance, the empowerment and modernization of transport officer functions, the regulation and standardization of driving schools, and the strengthening of inspection and licensing regimes. Collectively, these measures are intended to operate as an integrated framework, combining enforcement, prevention, education, and institutional reform to deliver lasting improvements in road safety. Part 2 to the question. The Ministry continues to review and actively take steps to ensure the manpower, institutional capability, and resources required to support effective enforcement of the revised penalties and the wider road safety agenda. At present, through the combined efforts of the transport officers and traffic wardens, supported by established enforcement partners, the Ministry is satisfied that the institutional arrangements and operational resources are, at this time, adequate to support enforcement objectives. Ongoing assessments are being conducted to ensure the staffing levels, deployment strategies, and operational tools remain aligned with service demands and enforcement priorities. At the same time, the Ministry emphasizes the capacity building is an ongoing process. Performance indicators, service data, and compliance trends are continuously changing and being monitored to identify gaps, pressures, and emerging needs. Where such indicators suggest the requirement for additional personnel, training, technology, or infrastructure, the Ministry reconfirms its commitment to securing and expanding the necessary resources. This adaptive approach is intended to ensure that enforcement remains effective, credible, responsive, thereby supporting the broader goal of sustained improvements in national road safety.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Minister, for that comprehensive report. I look forward to seeing the policy framework as it unfolds.
Okay, Senator Melanie, Doctor.
Question number 33 to the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. President. Part 1. The Ministry acknowledges the heightened demand at licensed offices and authorized vehicle inspection stations and confirms that measures are being actively implemented to strengthen internal controls, oversight mechanisms, and accountability systems in order to minimize opportunities for corrupt practices and illegal activities. These measures include continuous review of operational procedures, the standardization of inspection and licensing processes, and the expansion of supervisory and audit functions to ensure closer monitoring of transactions, decision-making, and service delivery. Emphasis is being placed on segregation of duties, clear documentation requirements, and improved reporting structure to reinforce transparency and institutional integrity. The Ministry is advancing the use of electronic systems and data-driven monitoring to enhance traceability, detect irregular patterns, and support timely management intervention. These systems allow for better oversight of inspections, testing outcomes, and licensing activities, while strengthening accountability for officers and authorized facilities. The Ministry also continues to work closely with management and relevant enforcement and oversight bodies to ensure that breaches of procurement are properly investigated and that disciplinary and legal consequences are applied when necessary, thereby reinforcing public confidence in the regulatory framework. Part 2. Specific accommodations are in place to ensure that elderly and differently abled drivers are supported in complying with the law, especially in relation to vehicle inspections and the renewal of driving permits. Systems have been implemented to identify and assist elderly persons where challenges may exist. allowing for priority service to reduce waiting times and physical strain. In addition, designated differently abled parking is available at licensed facilities to improve accessibility and ease of movement. Further, measures include the decentralization of inspection services to bring them closer to communities, thereby reducing travel distance and congestion at central offices. Where necessary, staff are sensitized to provide guidance assistance, flexible processing, and reasonable accommodations during inspections and renewal transactions. Collectively, these initiatives are intended to promote inclusivity, dignity, and equal access while ensuring that drivers are able to meet their legal obligations in a fair and supportive environment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the Honourable Minister. And I know that the population is quite pleased to hear that we have all of these arrangements in place, particularly for elderly and differently abled.
Senator Dr. Madina.
Question number 34 to the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. President, the Ministry is deeply concerned about the increasing use of mobile and windscreen-mounted devices for video calls, recording, and live streaming while driving, as these practices have the potential to distract drivers, obstruct visibility, and significantly compromise road safety. While technology continues to evolve, the fundamental obligation of a driver to maintain full control of a vehicle and undivided attention to the road remains unchanged. The Ministry is therefore closely monitoring the growing trends in mobile and peripheral devices, particularly those that may be used in ways that undermine the intent and effectiveness of existing driving laws. This review is aimed at determining whether additional regulatory provisions, clear definitions, or strengthened enforcement mechanisms are required to adequately address emerging forms of distracted driving. The overarching objective remains that the law be responsive to technological change while preserving the paramount goal of protecting lives and promoting safer roads.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Minister, once again for your comprehensive responses. Thank you.
Yes, let's continue.
Public business, government business, bills second reading.
The Honourable Minister of Land and Legal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Copyright Act, Chapter 82(80), to extend the duration of the term of protection for copyright and neighboring rights for authors, performers, and producers of sound recordings, to extend the duration of the term of protection for moral rights for authors and performers, and to provide for related matters, be now read a second time. Mr. President, it's quite an honor to join my colleagues in this chamber. I left here in 2020, and the people of Barataria San Juan insisted that I stay with them for another 5 years. Subsequently, Mr. President, the Ministry of Land and Legal Affairs was consolidated into one ministry by the Honourable Prime Minister, and within that ministry's portfolio, it has with it the Intellectual Property Office. And that is why we find ourselves here today to deal with this amendment to the Copyright Act. And Mr. President, this particular matter engaged the attention of the major stakeholders in the industry. And today I want to acknowledge two individuals who are joining us right now in the public gallery. One, Levi Mayers, the president of the Copyright Music Organization of Trinidad and Tobago, and Mr. Aston Isaac, the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Copyright Collection Organization. And Mr. President, they may have had some differences some time ago, but under the watchful eye of the Trinidad and Tobago Intellectual Property Office, they are now seated next to each other in the public gallery in this very honorable place. And I also want to express some deep sympathy for my colleague, Senator Baig, who called me this morning expressing that he wants to be here. But I told him where he is. We can't hear him today, but we will acknowledge him. So I wish Senator Beg a speedy recovery, Mr. Speaker, and he could join us once more. And this bill is opportune as we are now in the carnival season, because it deals with those persons in our society who has more talent than us, Mr. Speaker. They can perform, they can sing, they can write. And this bill is to lend that protection to those individuals. And I hope that I come to the Senate today with what we will consider as non-contentious business. So, Mr. President, the government of Trinidad and Tobago reaffirms its commitment to further strengthening the national intellectual property landscape of Trinidad and Tobago through this amendment of the Copyright Act. And these amendments constitute part of Trinidad and Tobago's Intellectual Properties Office evolving and robust legislative agenda, which seeks to ensure that our IP laws respond to the needs of our creators, inventors, innovators in a digital economy. Mr. President, the participation of our government in IP legislative reform is not new. As early as 1996, several IP bills were piloted by one, the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar Senior Counsel, in her then capacity as the Minister of Legal Affairs. And according to Hansard reports, these debates occurred on the 9th of July 1996, the 5th of August 1996, concerning IP legislation. And such reform was further addressed on the 11th of April 2000 through the Miscellaneous Amendments Bill in 2000. This historical commitment demonstrates our recognition of IP as a driver of creativity, innovation, trade, and economic development. As such, the introduction of this suite of IP laws brought Trinidad and Tobago into conformity with international standards, including the World Trade Organization's Agreement on Trade-Related Aspects of Intellectual Property Rights, or TRIPS. These acts cumulatively modernized our IP system and provided comprehensive statutory protection for key aspects of IP. They continue to influence the legislative agenda, which now focuses on amending the copyright law to reflect contemporary realities. In this respect, the Copyright Amendment Bill 2026 must be understood within the broader context of copyright reform. During consultations with stakeholders from the private and public sectors, which informed the earlier amendments to the Copyright Act to incorporate the Marrakesh Treaty to facilitate access to published works for persons who are blind, visually impaired, or otherwise print disabled, and the Beijing Treaty on audio-visual performances. Further reform was requested to specifically extend the duration of copyright and neighboring rights protection. The Copyright Music Organization of Trinidad and Tobago, COT, proposed an extension of the term of protection, which was widely supported by stakeholders. This sentiment was also echoed by international stakeholders, such as the International Federation of the Phonographic Industry, and forms the basis of the bill which is presently before us. IFPI supported this request and was helpful in providing the duration of protection across multiple jurisdictions, demonstrating that a 70-year term has become the prevailing global standard. This information, together with the data provided by Mr. Myers, was useful in the preparation of the policy to ensure evidence-based decision-making. Following this, the Office of the Chief Parliamentary Counsel, in close collaboration with the TTIPO, prepared the pertinent legislative amendments, which were reviewed by the Copyright Law Division of the World Intellectual Property Organization to confirm that their conformity with international treaties and norms. Particular attention was paid to the computation of time for copyright duration, ensuring clarity and legal certainty in determining when protection begins and ends. Mr. President, the computation of time is closely related to the question of the public domain. According to WIPO, the public domain is generally defined as encompassing intellectual elements that are not protected by copyright or whose protection has lapsed due to the expiration of the duration for protection. And whilst the public domain plays a critical role in education, research, innovation, and cultural development, this bill prioritizes clarity in the duration to avoid premature entry into the public domain, which can undermine the economic rights of creators and distort competition. IFPI consultant notes that sound recordings for iconic catalogs of works such as Jean and Diana would have already entered the public domain. This bill therefore seeks to strike an appropriate balance between protecting creators and ensuring eventual public access. Additionally, the government recognizes that IP protection must further be supported by mechanisms for valuation and commercialization. In this regard, the Intellectual Property Valuation Guidelines, developed through an initiative involving the Inter-American Development Bank, the UWI, St. Augustine Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, TTIPO, and stakeholders such as First Citizens Bank, are particularly significant. These guidelines provide a structured approach to valuing IP assets. For instance, I note our government's support through the Ministry of Culture for our legendary Calypsonian, Timothy Watkins, also known as the Baron. This bill thus goes to the heart of ensuring that our creatives can recoup compensation for the extended duration of protection of their works through valuation of their IP to access financing and investment. The relevance of this bill is further underscored by the transformation of the music industry. Previously, revenue was generated through physical formats such as vinyl records and compact disc CDs. However, today, digital platforms are prevalent, and streaming services such as Spotify, iTunes, Amazon Music, among others, allow Trinidad and Tobago's music to reach global audiences instantly, but also require longer protection periods to ensure meaningful returns over time. This bill ensures that our copyright framework keeps pace with technological shifts. Our artists in their golden years will now enjoy longer periods of protection, such as our legendary Tobagonian and the Calypso Queen of the World, Calypso Rose. Mr. President, this bill also sits alongside other elements of the government's IP agenda. In this regard, we continue to support the work of the TTIPO and recognizes its initiatives to support the creative ecosystem through WIPO's Creative Economy Data Model. It is a comprehensive measurement instrument designed to evaluate Trinidad and Tobago's ecosystem by considering the institutional environment in which creative output is produced, resources required for creative production, and creative outputs that demonstrate impact. The government remains firmly committed to the development and protection of IP as a strategic tool for economic growth, innovation, and competitiveness. And this commitment extends to the protection of geographical indications and certification marks. GIs are signs used on products that have specific geographical origin and possess qualities or a reputation that are to that origin, while certification marks are signs indicating that goods or services have been certified by an independent body in relation to one or more characteristics. And, Mr. President, it is my pleasure to inform this Honorable Senate that before I came here, the Ministry of Land and Legal Affairs would have, in fact, launched and unveiled, together with the Cocoa Development Company, the certification mark for Trinidad and Tobago Trinitario cocoa. An initiative that we spearheaded in the ministry. We started it last year, May, and today we have delivered. Promise made, promise kept, Mr. President. Mr. President, I also wish to highlight the success of the workshop on enabling access, unlocking the potential of the Marrakesh Treaty regional workshop for selected Caribbean countries, which was held on the 27th of November 2025. And this workshop was skillfully organized by WIPO in cooperation with the TTIPO and NALIS. It was well attended by heads and representatives of various IP offices and provided a framework for contribution to the development of a regional approach for accessible book production and exchange, with a focus on supporting secondary school students through accessible textbooks and exam materials. So, Mr. President, taken as a whole, the bill will support fair remuneration and further stimulate innovation through the creative industries. It will also contribute to cultural preservation, economic growth, and stability, as well as the alignment with international standards while striking the balance under copyright law. This bill, although few in clauses, is wide in scope and of significant national importance. This bill is born out of the need to recalibrate our legal framework so that it resonates with the realities of today's creative economy. As artistic expression continues to evolve in form, reach, and commercial significance, the safeguards that uphold it must evolve in tandem. The legislation therefore redefines the temporal boundaries of protection, expanding the lifespan of copyright and neighboring rights from 50 years to 70 years. In so doing, it casts a wider and longer shield over the fruits of creative labor. Simply put, the main clauses such as clauses 3, 4, and 5, which seeks to amend sections 19, 19A, and 21(4) of the Parent Act, change 50 to 70 in the extension of the term of copyright, neighboring rights, and moral rights. Mr. President, allow me to go through the clauses of the bill. Clause 3 of the bill would amend Section 19 of the Copyright Act to extend copyright protection for authors from the current term of 50 years after the death of the author to 70 years. In the case of joint authorship, the term is calculated from the death of the last surviving author. A familiar example is where a lyricist and a composer collaborate to create a single song intended to be exploited as one musical work. Protection therefore endures until 70 years after the death of the last surviving author, thereby ensuring that a joint creative effort is fully safeguarded. Furthermore, Clause 3 also seeks to extend the protection for moral rights for authors for the same period of 70 years. Moral rights preserve the personal and reputational connection between a creator and a work, including the right to be identified as the author and the right to object to derogatory treatment. For example, an author may object to alterations that distort the meaning or integrity of a literal work, even where the economic rights have been licensed or assigned. Clause 4, Mr. President, would amend Section 19A of the Act to extend the duration of moral rights for performers from the current 50 years to 70 years. Under the amendment, those rights will endure until the end of a period of 70 years, computed from the end of the calendar year in which the performance was fixed, or where the performance was not fixed, from the end of the year in which the performance occurred. This ensures that a performer's moral interest in his or her performance remain protected for a longer period, thus reflecting the enduring personal connection between performers and their performances. I take a moment to explain what fix means. According to WIPO, fix refers to fixed in a tangible form. Fixation may mean, for example, that the work is written on paper, stored on a disc, painted on canvas, or recorded on tape. For example, a work of choreography would only be protected once the movements were written down in dance notation or recorded on videotape or more modern formats. Likewise, Clause 5 of the bill proposes to amend Section 21, subsection 4 of the Parent Act to extend the duration of neighboring rights protection for performers from 50 years to 70 years. As amended, those neighboring rights will subsist until the end of a period of 70 years computed from the end of the year in which the performance was fixed, or where the performance was not fixed from the end of the year in which the performance occurred. Neighboring rights arise when a person contributes creatively to a work without being its author, such as a singer who performs a musical composition written by another, and the extension ensures that performers are also able to benefit from and control the exploitation of their performances over a longer period. By way of illustration, a singer who performs a calypso composition written by another enjoys neighboring rights in that performance, separate and distinct from the composer's copyright. Clause 6 of the bill seeks to amend Section 22, subsection 2 of the Principal Act to extend the duration of neighboring rights, protection for producers of sound recording from 50 years to 70 years. Under the amendment, protection endures until the end of 70 years from the year in which the sound recording was published, or where the sound recording has not been published, from the end of the year in which it was fixed. This recognizes the significant financial, technical, and organizational investment required to produce and distribute sound recordings and allow producers to better leverage those investments over time. Clause 7 of the bill would amend Section 23(4) of the Parent Act to extend the duration of neighboring rights relating to equitable remuneration for performers and producers of sound recordings. The amendment provides that where sound recording is published for commercial purposes, used for broadcasting or public communication, or publicly performed, the right to equitable remuneration subsists for 70 years from the end of the year in which their sound recording was published. Where the sound recording is not published, the protection runs from the fixation until the end of a period of 70 years computed from the end of the year in which the sound recording was fixed. Clause 8 of the bill would amend Section 24(2) of the Act to clarify the calculation of the duration of the rights conferred under that section and to ensure consistency with the updated language of the amendments introduced by this bill. Section 24 of the Act sets out the exclusive neighboring rights of broadcasting organizations, including the rights to authorize or prohibit the rebroadcasting of a broadcast, its communication to the public, its fixation, and the reproduction of any such fixation. The amendment to this section does not alter the substantive scope of those rights or the existing 50-year term of protection. Instead, it clarifies the language describing the method by which the term is calculated. The amended language expresses the same legal effect in clearer terms by providing that protection subsists for a period of 50 years, computed from the end of the year in which a broadcast first takes place, thereby improving interpretive certainty and consistency across the Act as amended. Mr. President, may I ask, what time do I end?
I think you're in a 248.
248, yes. In Trinidad and Tobago, the Copyright Act, as amended by Act Number 18 of 2000, Act 5 of 2008, and Act 14 of 2020, provides for the minimum duration of the term of copyright protection for authors and performers, consistent with various treaties which are administered by the WIPO. The Copyright Act is in conformity with the provisions of the international legislative framework governing the duration of the term of copyright protection. This means that contracting parties, such as Trinidad and Tobago, are obliged to offer copyright holders the minimum protection provided in the treaties and conventions. This means the increased protection is left to the discretion of the contracting party, which will apply their national laws and traditions. If contracting parties wish to be more favorable towards the copyright holders, they can. The treaties and conventions facilitate a great amount of discretion to contracting parties, which can be implemented accordingly. Examples include the following. Under the Berne Convention for the Protection of Literary and Artistic Works, the general rule is that protection must be granted until the expiration of the 50th year after the author's death. There are, however, exceptions to this general rule. In the case of anonymous or pseudo-anonymous works, the term of protection expires 50 years after the work has been lawfully made available to the public, except in the case of pseudonym, it leaves no doubt as to the author's identity or if the author discloses his or her identity during that period. In the latter case, the general rule applies. In the case of audiovisual works, the minimum term of protection is 50 years after making available of the work to the public release, or, failing such an event, from the creation of the work. In the case of works of applied art and photographic works, the minimum term is 25 years from the creation of the work. Article 14 of the TRIPS Agreement provides that the term of protection for performers and producers of phonograms shall last at least until the end of a period of 50 years computed from the end of the calendar year in which the fixation was made or the performance took place. Article 17 of WIPO Performances and Phonographs Treaty provides that the term of protection to be granted to performers and producers of phonograms must be at least 50 years. The WIPO Copyright Treaty also provides that the term of protection must be at least 50 years for any kind of work. Article 14 of the International Convention for the Protection of Performers, Producers of Phonographs and Broadcasting Organizations, or the Rome Convention, provides that protection must last at least until the end of a 20-year period computed from the end of the year in which A, the fixation was made for phonograms and for performances incorporated therein, B, the performance took place for performances not incorporated in phonograms, and C, the broadcast took place. Mr. President, I now move to the computation of time. With regard to the terms of these rights, for instance, in Article 5 of WIPO, Performances and Phonograms Treaty, and Article 5 of the Beijing Treaty on Audiovisual Performances, both treaties use the same formulation, 50 years computed from the end of the year in which the performance was fixed. This was also the formulation used in Article 14 of the Rome Convention for the Protection of Performers, Producers of Phonograms and Broadcasting Organizations, and Article 14.5 of the Agreement of Trade-Related Aspects of the Intellectual Property Rights with respect to performers' economic rights. Mr. President, I move to other comparative jurisdictions. Under the Copyright Act, authors are given the minimum copyright protection stipulated. On the international landscape, several jurisdictions have increased the term of protection of the author's life plus 70 after the author's death. This appears to be the new global standard for the duration of copyright protection. The United States of America and Europe are critical markets for copyright-protected works created by Trinidad and Tobago authors. Most publishers and authors consider it the measure of success to seek and obtain publishing contracts in those markets. They have the extended terms. The retention of the current 50-year term of protection for sound recording will continue to subject right holders to unfair competition in a fast-evolving digital ecosystem, especially in light of the fact that 70-year term of protection has become the new standard across the globe, with at least 69 countries providing a term of protection of sound recordings of 70 years or more, including Jamaica, the United States of America, Canada, the United Kingdom, Singapore, and the European Union. And Mr. President, I am bold enough to say that I think we have the sweetest music in the world. The reason for the extension of the term in the European Union was concisely explained in an article by IP Watch. Performers often start their career young, and the 50-year term means that many are not protected for their entire lifetimes and may face an economic gap later in life, the EU Council of Ministers said. The EU directives on copyright and related rights, therefore, often provide higher protection than are provided for in the international treaties and agreements. For this reason, the Council stated that the term should be lengthened from 50 years to 70 years, and under Directive 2006-116-EC on the terms of protection of copyright and certain related rights, performers and record producers have 50 years protection. The directive was amended by Directive 2011/77/EU, which extended the rights of performers and phonogram producers on music recordings from 50 to 70 years. According to the World Health Organization official estimate updated the 2nd of August 2024, the life expectancy in Trinidad and Tobago is 71.7 years. And while there has been an increase in life expectancy since the creation of these rights under the international framework, the Amery rights protection term has not changed. This means that the producers of sound recordings and performers may not be able to benefit from their work during the entirety of their lifetime. The United States is instructive. In October 1998, the U.S. Congress passed the Sonny Bono Copyright Term Extension Act, sometimes called the Mickey Mouse Protection Act, which extended U.S. copyright by 20 years for works of individual authorship. The term became life of the author and 70 years. That means the Disney company's Mickey Mouse copyright benefited from the extension retroactively in the US in that sense, that it applied to existing copyrighted works even though the author had long passed by the time the law was passed. In this bill, Mr. President, the law does not revive works that have already expired and entered the public domain. The bill does not operate retroactively. Real-life examples, Mr. President. Taken together, these amending provisions protect creativity, encourages investment, and supports long-term cultural development. According to the International Federation of the Phonographic Industry consultant, Mr. Mize, in his letter dated the 23rd of October 2020, the following information was presented. 1. Gina and Dinah. I wish if I could sing it to you, Mr. President, but I don't have that talent. 1956, my colleague, Senator Swarat Singh is singing. Composed by Slinger Francisco, performed by Sparrow, sound recording. The author is alive. The copyright will be protected for the author's life, plus up to 50 years after the author's death. The song recording is 70 years old. At 50 years old in 2006, the song recording went into the public domain on the 1st of January 2007. The legislation is therefore urgent to prevent other works from going into the public domain, meaning it becomes freely available for all of us to use. Tempo, 1976. The author died in 1977. The maestro, composed by the maestro. The copyright will be protected for 50 years after the author's death. That is up to 2027. Thereafter, it will go into the public domain. The sound recording is 50 years old. In 2026, at 50 years old after publication and being recorded, it will go into the public domain on the 1st of January 2027. This legislation, therefore, will prevent this iconic work from going into the public domain. And Mr. President, there are so many other examples, since every single author who is alive today or who have passed less than 50 years ago will benefit from this legislation. This includes examples such as the estate of Richard Nappy Myers and his timeless catalog. And his son is here with us today, Mr. President. Extending the duration of protection for copyright and neighboring rights for authors, including works of joint authorship, performers and producers of song recordings, as well as extending the duration of protection for authors' moral rights and performers' moral rights is expected to deliver several important benefits. 1. Strengthening international competitiveness in the creative economy. Longer terms of protection will place Trinidad and Tobago's authors, artists, and producers in a stronger position to compete internationally, particularly within digital markets. As noted in the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, Creative Economy Report 2008, the creative industries operate at the intersection of creativity, culture, economics, and technology, and have the capacity to generate employment, income, and export earnings while advancing cultural diversity, social inclusion, and human development. In the absence of effective legal protection, creators are unable to control or monetize the use of their works, diminishing incentives to invest in creative activity. Intellectual property law, therefore, plays a critical role by conferring time-limited exclusive rights. 2. Ensuring equitable compensation for creators. Longer terms of protection help to ensure that authors and performers are able to benefit economically from their works over the course of their lives. 3. Reinforcing the objectives of copyright protection by extending the term of protection, copyright law more effectively fulfills its primary purpose of encouraging the creation, dissemination, and continued investment in new works. 4. Safeguarding cultural heritage. Enhanced protection will contribute to the preservation, development, and continued exploitation of Trinidad and Tobago's cultural expressions and creative output. 5. No negative impact on consumers. Extending the duration of copyright and neighboring rights protection does not result in increased prices for consumers. 6. Encourage both domestic and foreign investment in the creative sector. It will expand opportunities for right holders to generate sustained economic returns from their work. WIPO studies on the economic contribution of the copyright industries showed that in many countries, the copyright industries have made a significant contribution to the GDP and employment. In some countries, such as Australia, the Republic of Korea, and the United States of America. The contribution to the GDP is over 10%. 10%. In many countries, 5% to 7% of the workforce is employed in the creative industries sector. In the study conducted by Dr. Vanas James, entitled The Economic Contribution of Copyright-Based Industries in Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. James notes that, and I quote, copyright-based industries contribute 4.8% of the GDP and 5% of all jobs in 2011. End quote. According to Dr. James, the evidence suggests that the copyright sector of Trinidad and Tobago can thrive and grow in a competitive global environment. And given the contribution which copyright industries make towards our GDP, increasing the term of protection is expected to stimulate the copyright industry in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President. The retention of the 50-year term of protection will disincentivize foreign companies as well as local companies from investing in new artists and new music. This undermines the very core purpose of copyright law, which is to incentivize the creation and dissemination of new works. Where recordings fall out of copyright protection, they cease to generate income for right holders, meaning the revenues available for reinvestment in new artists and repertoire are reduced. This negatively affects both society and the economy. A 70-year term of protection will provide for a longer potential economic life of a sound recording. In turn, this will increase investments while providing recording artists in Trinidad and Tobago with the security knowing that their recordings have full potential to generate income during their lifetime. Further, the 70-year term of protection will incentivize record producers to continue to offer recordings to local consumers in updated and restored formats as they are developed, therefore supporting the development of the music industry in Trinidad and Tobago. The extension of the term of protection will ensure that iconic music catalogs in Trinidad and Tobago, inclusive of calypso music, chutney, soca, and steel pan, that are set to fall out of copyright protection, will continue to economically benefit right holders. The process of expiration of the term of copyright protection of all genres of songs and sound recordings into the public domain is ongoing. According to the IFPI, effects of term extension shows that the extension of the term of protection does not have an impact on consumer pricing, as I said. For example, when music pricing models in the new digital age have evolved over time that are based on a monthly fee for unlimited access. Many of us, I think, use Apple Music, Spotify, and so on. This means that consumers are paying to access recordings that are protected by copyright as well as recordings that are not. The term of extension ensures that the relevant right holders are remunerated by the digital service providers for those uses who will not affect the price paid by the consumer. The extension of the term of protection therefore has obvious advantages of stimulating growth in the music sector and ensuring creators are paid for their work without impeding the use of their work. When we speak of income and remuneration, collective management organizations that administer IP rights for the works of our creators. Many of these CMOs have reciprocal agreements to represent foreign repertoire and also represent local repertoire based on their respective membership. Authors will also have the power to leverage their work through licensing, or alternatively, they may even have to sell their catalogs through assignments. As I mentioned prior, there are valuation guidelines for IP, and we hope to do work with the TTIPO and other agencies on furthering this objective. And Mr. President, while we are in this time, this is an opportune time, as I said, to bring this bill as we are in the height of the carnival season. And I must commend my cabinet colleague, Minister Benjamin, on I think what is one of the most organized, fun, effective carnival season. I mean, the place just full of vibes, Mr. President. People are enjoying the flavor. It's full of flavor. And the Queen's Park Savannah, I was there one night, Mr. President. The John Cupid Village was a success. Pan semis and pan on the greens. Again, a big success, Mr. President. And we look forward to hosting the greatest show on earth under a UNC government. Mr. President, this bill is long awaited as daily more and more work will enter the public domain once left unaddressed. This is also just the beginning of a series of efforts that this administration seeks for the upliftment of the creative ecosystem. Mr. President, this bill signifies another milestone in a long-standing journey by the government to recognize, protect, and uplift the contribution of our creative industries. And Mr. President, with these few words, I say this bill is respectfully yours, and I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose a question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled an act to amend the Copyright Act, Chapter 8280, to extend the duration of the term of protection for copyright and neighboring rights for authors, performers, and producers of sound recordings, to extend the duration of the term protection for moral rights for authors and performers, and to provide for related matters, be now read a second time. Senator Faris Al-Rawi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this bill comes at a very important time in the national landscape of Trinidad and Tobago. The bill before us is an amendment to the Copyright Act, and it proposes in 8 short clauses critically important reforms. It really is representative of a continuation of work and development over many years, and it allows for a harmonization of laws across the globe, without which Trinidad and Tobago would be quote-unquote shunned. We would be denying ourselves international participation, which I'll come to a little bit later. The context of the bill really offers something which is not very new in respect of one aspect, and then challenges us to have a novel way of thought in respect of what we can possibly do otherwise in terms of our economic development. I had the pleasure, Mr. President, of moving significant amendments to the Copyright Act by Act number 14 of 2020. In Act number 14 of 2020, we introduced the Marrakesh Treaty obligations, in short, providing, by way of example, over 500,000 books to visually impaired and print-disabled persons in this country. We introduced the operative terms of the Beijing Convention out of 2012, coming forward to ensure that the neighboring rights enjoyed by performers, particularly in audiovisual works that were fixed, were given broad participation and introduced moral rights for them as well. And we introduced technological protection from devices that could breach IP in terms of our positioning. Now, that was all done, skipped over by my learned friend this afternoon, because it represents a continuity of requirements on our part. Today, in one part of the bill, in clauses 5 and 6, in clauses 3 and 4, we're extending the copyright in respect of life plus 70. We're moving from life plus 50 to life plus 70. Those are called post-mortem actoris rights, meaning rights which survive your death. Contrary to what my learned friend has said, it is not a new concept. In fact, it was quite interesting to remind myself that copyright existed since the Statute of Anne, where you had 14 years copyright in your lifetime, and if you were still alive, you got a further 14 years. That was way back in 1710. In fact, the concept of life plus 50, which my learned friend reflected upon perhaps a little inaccurately, has been around since 1908 and 1906 in the United States. It was in fact Mark Twain, known by his real name, Samuel Clemens, who testified to Congress as to the importance of life plus 50 for copyright protection. His philosophy then grounded in 4 points which are relevant today, which I'll come to in a short while. But the movement in life plus 50 was anchored for us in the Berne Convention, and if I recall, that was in 1908. And that saw us move in 1965 in Germany to life plus 70. So this is not a new concept created by the world all of a sudden. Since 1965, we've had life plus 70. But that became a reality in 1993 with the European Union's Directive for Harmonization. In 1998, the British introduced their copyright laws, but in the United States of America, they have enjoyed life plus 50 certainly for well over a century and more. Now, those are in relation to a certain category of rights. The life plus 70 that we're moving to in amending the law, these apply to copyright. And under our legislation, one needs to turn to Section 5 of the Copyright Act. Copyright is a property right which subsists in literary and artistic works that are original, intellectual creations in the literary and artistic domain. The second part of our bill deals with the neighboring rights. And the neighboring rights for the listening public are to be found in a different section of the Copyright Act. That's in Part 5, where we deal with protection of performers, producers, sound recordings, and broadcasting organizations. We amended that in 2020 to ensure that we had audiovisual fixation being dealt with. But these neighboring rights in this bill here today, we're moving from 50 years to 70 years. Other jurisdictions, in particular in the European Union and the United States of America, in the European Union, it's at 70 years, since in or around 2011, when the directive was adopted and then harmonized. But in the United States of America, it went to 95 years. And that is in recognition of the real aim of this bill. How does one monopolize rights with a legitimate aim, allow certain exceptions, as we have in our Copyright Act? You could look at Section 7, 8, 9, 10 of the Copyright Act, where you have exceptions to copyright ownership. You have exceptions to ideas, but original works are protected, artistic works, literary works, and then neighboring rights, the things around actors and performers and films, etc. We are looking at a basket of rights, and the question is, how do you monopolize these rights to allow for creation, to allow for property to prosper? Because, Mr. President, make no mistake, this bill really concerns the economic prosperity of artists. If we take the line that my learned friend offered, the minister in piloting this bill, it was 49 years ago that Bob Marley sang Redemption Song. Very applicable today as we think of the difficulties that our society is navigating. We have the classic examples of Gene and Dinah. We have the David Rudders in 1986, The Hammer, Too Young to Soca by Marshall Montano in 1986, Now Is the Time by Calypso for Africa, Pan in A Minor by Lord Kitchener, all 1986. But when you look to the repertoire of what we have on the neighboring right side, we do agree that there's a legitimate aim in immediately moving from 50 years to 70 years for that. Now, there is a live debate as to who is really the beneficiary of this. Is it really the performer in the case of the neighboring rights? Is it the author? Because these economic benefits that are associated with copyright for the author going to life plus 70, neighboring rights going to 70 years, they are the difference between make or break. Now, I'm very pleased to see the CMOs, the collective management organizations here with us. I would like to publicly salute the Controller of Intellectual Property, Mr. Regan Ascarali, Senior Counsel, for the excellent work that he has given to Trinidad and Tobago. His predecessor, Mazina Kadir, others, Mr. Richard Atching, who was there at that office. That office, the Intellectual Property Office, has anchored a critical negotiation of collective management rights which are associated with this. Because if you want to take avail of the provisions in this bill, and you want to have some money in your pocket hard to come by in Trinidad and Tobago, which I'll come to in a little while, you have to have a properly functioning collective management organization structure to work with this law. If you don't, you will find that you've given the baby with the bathwater, thrown it out, thrown the baby out, thrown away life. And it is because we have had a dedicated presence, down to writing, I'm sure, the speech of the Honourable Minister today in good form to reflect upon all of the elements that we must have in this debate. It is really the backbone of the public service of this country that has done yeoman service to us all, Mr. President, and I wish to publicly salute them because they have operated without fear or favour for successive governments. And I really do salute them, including recently returned member of the CPC's department, who I see in the public gallery, who was on loan up the islands for a few years, Mr. Ryan Awai, who I know has a penchant and a privilege for drafting intellectual property laws. Mr. President, if we look to how the exploitation of these rights are in a positive way, how does one make money off of these rights? It really is important to reflect upon the fact that there are 4 points to be gleaned. And again, allow me to say to the nation, everybody ought to go on the website of the Intellectual Property Office. In their publicly available documents, you will find very interesting article called Reimagining Copyright's Duration by Rebecca Giblin. You will find the EU Extends Copyright Protection, an article by Dougie Standiford. You will find the Trinidad and Tobago Intellectual Property Office reflections coming out of their strategy in 2013, and more particularly the Cabinet Notes of November 1st, 2024, which anchored our positions. But inside of there, you will see a host of tools available. You will see, for instance, the reforms that I had the pleasure of introducing, the online filing system, using the WIPO mechanisms. You will see online payment systems. You will know, and if I may say so, that under the last government, Trinidad and Tobago acceded to and deposited and activated the most number of international treaties in the history of our country's IPO realm. And therefore, I'm very pleased to see this work come forward. It's been long in gestation. It is nothing novel in the sense of it having existed in the European Union and in the United States of America and in other conventions and treaties, but it is timely as it was being born. Why is it timely? If we look to the copyrights that we're extending, and we look to the neighboring rights in particular that clauses 6, 7, and 8, 5, 6, 7, and 8 deal with, we're compelled to go to the revenue of Trinidad and Tobago. Mm-hmm. When we look to the published revenue of Trinidad and Tobago, and we note, for instance, that revenue from intellectual property is not necessarily disaggregated in the way that it can, because it's enjoyed by the private sector but from the private sector, taxation and other issues come. We have to be careful that our economy, in the shortfall that is happening right now, shortfall in excise duties, be it the several hundred percentages of increases in the taxation of bar owners or gaming licenses or spirits and alcohol. When you look to that and you look to now the place of intellectual property in meeting that shortfall, it becomes critical. My friend, the Honourable Minister, said something which took me aback a little while ago. He stopped to pause to celebrate the Minister of Culture, Michelle Benjamin, saying that the vibes are real and this is the best carnival possible. Well, I had to rock back when I'm looking at the bill on that. Because where are collective management organizations gaining revenue from under these provisions of these clauses? When you look to the bill in point, they're earning it in bars. If you look to equitable relief, equitable contribution under the Copyright Act, if you're going to use a song in a broadcast or in a performance, you have an equitable contribution. It goes 50% to the producer, 50% to the artist under our laws. But Mr. President, when you look at the Daily Express, and you look at the front page of the Daily Express on Friday, January 30th, it says, owners blame alcohol gaming tax hikes as drinking establishments close bars across TNT. Headline is, bars go bust. A whole article on bars shut down amid tax hikes.
Mr. President, Mr. President, 46-1, please.
Yeah, overrule, continue.
So when we look to the bill itself and the legitimate aim of this bill in extending copyright and neighboring rights, where it's going to be earned is critical. Collective management organizations looking for equitable contribution in copyright law, as I welcome the leader of government business to the debate, has to be earned in a place. What we do know is at least 150 bars will no longer be doing that. When we look to the provisions of neighboring rights as we seek to entrench them to 70 years now, and we look to places like the carnival artists and bands that will have to pay copyright contributions to collective management organizations like COT, or in equitable contribution if a court says so, one has to take notice of Monday, February 2nd, 2026, government to tax carnival artists. So when the Honourable Minister comes to us and says, vibes in Trinidad, I don't know what vibes he's talking to, because this is most respectfully the most subdued carnival that I have seen, perhaps equal to COVID. The gyms are empty, the bars are empty, the events are at bus point, and therefore this bill is very timely. Thank the Lord it was prepared long before this government came into office. But the point is that the economy is under serious attack. And we need to make sure that there's a viable alternative in law. Now, when we look to the four aims of this legislation and looking at its proportionality, in looking at the monopoly that we ought to, we're torn between the instrumentalist theory of copyright and right retentions and the naturalist theory. The instrumentalist theory says basically give the most limited form of copyright available in time, whether to authors under the provisions of Section 5 of the Act or neighboring rights as we're looking in this bill. And it says take the most limited time. Or the naturalist says, look, take it in perpetuity. But the four aims that we're looking for really have to be whether we are incentivizing initial cultural production. Secondly, if we're incentivizing further cultural production, that is investment in new artists by earning big for the previous artists, for example. Thirdly, are we incentivizing ongoing works by preserving them, for instance, in digitizing old analog features of recordings, etc.? And are we recognizing and rewarding authors' creative works? I would say that we're in fact touching all 4 of these. The question is, should we take a veil now with a special majority, which could easily be obtained on this law, of actually going retroactive in the preservation of rights as the United States did? In 1998, the United States of America decided that they would, in the Bono arrangements, the Mickey Mouse legislation, as my friend called it, that they would actually take the rights retroactively to revive the rights and to allow the property right to prevail. This is perhaps a bill where we can do retroactivity and so deem it with the benefit of the property right deeming to be resurrected or to come back into position, subject, of course, to contractual provisions that may exist. Now, Mr. President, there's also something that we have to look at, which is, are we really dealing with the appropriateness of the time period? Are the neighboring rights properly at 70 years? Are the life plus 70 term periods effective for the Section 5 rights in the Copyright Act, that is authors, etc.? And I think, Mr. President, I think that we're bound to, although I think we ought to be thinking outside of the box. And let me explain that. If we don't harmonize the rights, we're going to put ourselves out of reciprocal treatment from Europe and perhaps the United States of America. Therefore, I think we're bound to harmonize our product that way. But if we were to go for a different cycle of rights with a more aggressive implementation of initial rights, re-registered rights in different periods within that time frame, perhaps we could get more benefit for the persons who will enjoy these rights. Because after all, Mr. President, economic rights can be assigned, they can be kept, they can be shared. Those are the economic rights. Moral rights, which are the rights to paternity, the right to be anonymous if you choose to be, the right to not have your work used in a derogatory fashion. Those moral rights are really personal to the author. However, they can be assigned by testamentary disposition. So do we want to treat with those, or by operation of law? So do we want to treat with those 2 rights in a different way? I think perhaps now is the time to do that, and I would wish to humbly recommend to the government that they consider carrying on a project which I started, which is looking to anchor the Intellectual Property Office into an intellectual property authority, where the authority can have two forms of intervention. One in the regulatory and management side, but in the other equation, where they can allow for the prosperity of the industry. That is, work with people, manage people. Again, on the website of the IPO office, there's an incredible publication, How to Make a Living from Music, by David Stopes. It has chapter and verse from the WIPO, World Intellectual Property Office, on what is involved in making a living by money. Because you're not going to earn that living here under this government. Self-right is where you have to go to and push your positions to have some degree of prosperity. But in an intellectual property authority, with linkages to the Ministry of Trade, with linkages to the Ministry of Culture, with linkages to the Attorney General's Office, Legal Affairs, or wherever it may be, that is where we're going to see entrepreneurship turned into money. And that for our people, where you've had a 400% increase in natural gas, where you're seeing nutrients close down, Proman close down, you're seeing collapses of businesses left, right, and center, the business of copyright. And what can be earned in copyright is critical. Of course, associated with an intellectual property authority would be the prosperity under industrial designs, under trademarks. I heard my friend boasting a little while ago of having supposedly incepted the Trinitario brand anchoring in May 2025. Rubbish! That is a project that has been the combined work of the European Union, the IPO office in multiple incarnations. That is just not true, Mr. President. And therefore, the sun doesn't rise and set in one place in this country. Here is where we have to recognize the hard work and persistence of people who populate the Intellectual Property Office and the practitioners in the arena. An IP academy, an IP authority would allow for this to be introduced into the entrepreneurship level in schools, in other areas. Now, Mr. President, what's very interesting, again, for submission, in the context of reform to the law, even though derivative works, even though joint authorship works, even though works can be created independently, is the whole revolution of intellectual input, artificial intelligence. I dare say that an aim is improved if we were to look at the fact that with greater protection periods in the neighboring rights at 70 years and in the life plus 70 years for artistic and other works, we're going to at least have people stand by the fact that their work can be protected. It's going to be harder and harder because the minute you have an original production, there's no copyright over an idea per se. The means of its expression, in whatever expression it may be, those become critically important avenues for us. And as we look to intellectual property rights, I want to remind that the government can enjoy intellectual property. I'll give you an example. In the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, 2 years ago, we wrote software under my direction for a program called the Local App, which has government copyright attached to it. It only came first in the entire world out of 189 global competitors' countries. Trinidad and Tobago came first in the world with this app. You know what the fate of that app is? It was thrown away and discontinued. Why? Because the government changed. Full stop. A technique in intellectual property which would allow for copyright to be anchored in the life plus 70. The Copyright Act allows the government to enjoy the proceeds of intellectual property in certain circumstances. Why on earth would you want to throw away an app that came first in the world to report problems in local government and to do ease of business? Why? That just doesn't make any sense. With an intellectual property authority, you would have the ability to anchor products like that down so that they withstand the vagaries of political moving and pulling and throwing. For 10 years, I kept my eyes on the Intellectual Property Office, and at no point in time did the PNM government ever once throw away products and intellectual property of the kind that I'm seeing going on now. A literal sabotage to efficiency and production in our country. And I condemn it, but there's an opportunity to get it right. We have a Minister of Artificial Intelligence, a whole Ministry of Artificial Intelligence where copyright can prevail, where copyright can reside, where economic potential can provide. So, Mr. President, the fact is there is a legitimate aim in this law, both for the copyright, the moral right, and the neighboring rights. The fact is that we've come a very long way in Trinidad and Tobago, but the next steps include activating what works right. This isn't an all-hail Kamla Prasad Bisesa, Member of Parliament for Siparia tribute, as is done. It has to be.
Mr. President, that is insulting.
I was speaking to my colleague here. Could you just let me know what was said? I wasn't too clear.
President, he used insulting language. He said this isn't an all-hail Kamla Prasad Bisesa tribute. That is insulting. What does that have to do with this debate? We're debating law here.
Yeah, well, I would advise and uphold what my colleague has said. If that is what you would have said, Senator Al-Rawi, I would ask you to be very cautious in your language. Okay, continue.
Thank you so much for your guidance. I too consider certain things insulting, but I won't go there. Mr. President, we cannot be earning our keep by licking boots constantly. We cannot be earning our keep by kowtowing and bowing because you're afraid to be fired or you're afraid to have negative reflection. It does involve having to stand up and say right is right and wrong is wrong. By way of example, for another place, many examples can be offered. I won't go there today. I'm tempted to, but I won't go there today to distinguish what I call enforced servitude over common sense. So, Mr. President, the bill has a very legitimate aim. The question is, can we do better in terms of a carve-out? I humbly submit that there can be carve-outs in the period of protection that we offer, in the Life Plus 70 period, and in the 70-year period that we offer for neighboring rights. I respectfully suggest that the Intellectual Property Office ought to continue on its way to become an intellectual powerhouse of the Caribbean as it is. We, in twinning the Intellectual Property Office with the Singaporean experience and implementing the intellectual property backbone for IT infrastructure from WIPO at our IPO office, we did very well to launch our IP in the right direction. Our economy is under massive pressure with this government. Businesses closing down by the day. And if intellectual property doesn't come to provide some degree of salvation, then crapo smoke with pipe. I would love to see the honourable member, the minister who piloted this bill, at Skinner Park on Saturday, waiting to see if it goes on. Because that is where you're going to see artistic ability in its truest form, as our country is capable of doing. We reflected on Jean and Dinah, which was a reflection of Trinidad and Tobago's experience post the moving of the leaving of the Americans and their bases. But let's see exactly how our society prevails. Thank the Lord God, we don't have in law the ability to detain people who get other people vexed, because the whole of Skinner Park might have been locked up and detained. Thank the Lord that ended on January 31st. But the simple point is this.
Mr. President, what is the relevance of that? What is the relevance of that?
Yeah, I again uphold the point that the leader has raised. I don't understand the relevance of it. So could you go on to the other point, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, a very famous literary work once said, "Thou dost protest too much." Very, very, very poignant today. Thou dost protest too much, my learned friend. Mr. President, there was a very interesting quote from Boyle. And I don't mean Boyle as in the 18th century or 17th century versions. James Boyle, the second enclosure movement in 2003, said with respect to creativity that there seems to be some innate human love of creation that continually drives us to create new things, even when Homo economic us, I had to break it in two, would be at home in bed mumbling about public good problems. That captures the essence of people that want to frustrate themselves over irrelevancies versus people that are desirous of creativity for the good and welfare of our society. This law is something that I think could include a retroactivity clause with a special majority inclusion, which will be supported by the opposition, I can say so now, to look at property rights with certain carve-outs being extended so that there can be an economic prosperity to the survivors of persons or persons who are in the winter of their years. We saw the experience of the mighty sparrow going through his journey with diabetes, well published, etc., where a little money makes a difference. You could look at the time value of money, you could look at the depreciation of cultural value, but there are some things that still stand out in our society. There are artists who are very relevant today, long after their passage, even in their lifetime and in the winter of their years, Mr. President. We certainly support what is before us now. It is by no means novel and unique to this government's innovation. It is something that was in the works for quite some time, and we're very pleased to participate in the support of this, Mr. President. We caution Trinidad and Tobago that this is a very useful tool to be looking at, because you can't rely on the code being yellow. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Anthony Vieira, SC.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I begin, may I take the opportunity to acknowledge in our public gallery the presence of Mr. Carl Jacobs, one of our iconic performers, Mr. Otti Mirez, a director of COT and one of the most experienced managers in the country, and I understand that Mr. David Rudder also wanted to be here, but he fell sick. May I also acknowledge the presence of the Controller at the IP Office, Mr. Regan Askarali, SC, the Deputy Controller, Dr. Kavish Sitahal. Thank you for being here. I am grateful to the government for bringing this bill today, and I rise to lend my support. This bill, though modest in its textual amendments, is profound in its economic, cultural, and legal consequences for Trinidad and Tobago. At the outset, I wish to declare a personal interest, not a pecuniary one, but an intellectual and institutional one. Some time ago, I raised precisely this issue in this Honorable Senate by way of an adjournment motion. I asked then for the extension of the term of copyright protection from 50 years to 70 years. Today, I welcome the fact that Parliament is finally being invited to do what was long overdue. I should also indicate that I have acted previously for the World Intellectual Property Organization in crafting amendments to the copyright legislation, including amendments in relation to the Beijing and Marrakesh treaties, and many years ago, when the Honorable Prime Minister was Attorney General, in relation to works of mass. This bill represents continuity, not novelty. It reflects years of stakeholder consultation, international engagement, policy development by the Intellectual Property Office, and sustained advocacy by our creative sector. In that sense, it is measured, evidence-based legislation. So what does the bill do? Mr. President, the central reform before us is straightforward. Clause 3 amends Section 19 of the Copyright Act to extend the duration of copyright and moral rights for authors from life plus 50 years to life plus 70 years. In the case of joint authorship, protection runs for 70 years after the death of the last surviving author. Clauses 4 to 7 extend corresponding protection for performers, producers of sound recordings, and equitable remuneration, again from 50 to 70 years, with careful clarification as to how those periods are computed. Clause 8 does not extend the term for broadcasters, but improves internal consistency in the Act by clarifying the method of calculation. These are not radical departures. They are calibrated amendments aligned with international norms and treaty flexibilities. It bears noting that copyright is not a concession. It is a property right. Our Copyright Act expressly recognizes copyright as a form of property capable of assignment, licensing, inheritance, and commercial exploitation. It is the legal foundation upon which creative industries are built. When we speak of authors, composers, performers, and producers, we are not speaking of hobbyists. We are speaking of workers, entrepreneurs, and investors. Creative works are capital-intensive investments. They require time, skill, financing, marketing, and risk. The duration of copyright protection determines whether that investment can reasonably yield returns over time, whether during the creator's lifetime or through his or her estate. A 50-year post-mortem term is increasingly inadequate in a world of longer life expectancy, delayed commercial exploitation, and digital rediscovery of catalogs. Mr. President, laws sometimes appear abstract until one considers their real-world effects. Under our current law, iconic Trinidad and Tobago sound recordings from the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s have already fallen into the public domain. They continue to be played, streamed, broadcast, and monetized, but no longer for the benefit of the creators or their families. Families of our cultural icons lose incomes, not because their works lack value, but because the law cuts off protection too early. The extension proposed in this bill restores fairness. It ensures that creators and their heirs share in the enduring economic life of works that form part of our national heritage. Further, it bears noting that Trinidad and Tobago does not legislate in a vacuum. We are a party to the Berne Convention. Article 7 sets a minimum term of life plus 50 years, but Article 7(6) expressly allows states to grant longer protection. Globally, life plus 70 years has become the prevailing standard. It is the norm in the United Kingdom, the European Union, the United States, Canada, Australia, and many Latin American countries. These are not abstract comparators. They are our principal export markets for music, film, literature, and audiovisual content. Without harmonization, our creators suffer a structural disadvantage. Under Berne's rule of comparison of terms, protection abroad cannot exceed the term granted in the country of origin. In practical terms, our authors leave value on the table. This bill corrects that asymmetry. In terms of economic and development impact, I would say that the extension of copyright duration is not anti-development, but pro-investment. International evidence shows that longer protection periods encourage reinvestment in catalogs, incentivize restoration and the digitization of older works, attract foreign and domestic capital, strengthen collective management systems, and increase export earnings from creative goods and services. In the digital economy, value often accrues over time, not immediately. Streaming, licensing, synchronization, and archival exploitation all depend on long-term rights certainty. This bill, therefore, supports diversification of the economy and growth of the orange and creative economy. For those who would argue that copyright terms delay entry into the public domain, that's true. But the public interest is not served by the premature impoverishment of our creators. The public domain is enriched when works are preserved, restored, and made accessible. And that requires investment, and investment requires protection. Moreover, the bill does not disturb existing exceptions, limitations, fair dealing provisions, or access for education, research, or libraries. The balance struck by the Act remains intact. As we approach our carnival, This legislation is not just timely, it also touches on issues relating to dignity. A society that celebrates its artists in death but denies their families protection in law sends a wrong message. A society that consumes its culture but fails to protect its creators undermines its own identity. Extending the term of copyright protection is an affirmation that creative labor matters. In concluding, let me just say that this bill is timely, principled, and necessary. It brings our law into harmony with international standards. It corrects an economic imbalance. It strengthens the legal architecture of the creative industries, and it honors the contribution of Trinidad and Tobago's authors, performers, and producers. And for those reasons, I'm happy to lend my full support to this legislation. I thank you.
Senator Francis Lewis. Yeah. Senator Francis Lewis.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and fellow senators. Forgive me. My voice is a little hoarse. I'm now recovering from a flu. I rise as an independent senator to acknowledge and welcome the Copyright Amendment Bill, currently before this Honorable Senate. And what I wish to do, if it's be okay, is to place it in a wider national context and offer some reflections on why this moment matters. Not just in legal terms, though I welcome that, Minister, but the economic and developmental ones that matter. At the outset, I want to acknowledge the importance of the amendment, and I too will be supporting it. A modern copyright framework is long overdue, and in this day and age, upgrading it continually is really a continual work that has to be done. But the work in the area of digital distribution, streaming platforms, artificial intelligence, global content markets, it's a real task to continually to keep up. And this bill is welcome, and I think, Minister, I think you're hearing a broad consensus across the Senate. The amendment, though, is for me not simply a technical exercise. It's not simply about aligning statutes with international treaties, as necessary as those need to be, and modernizing definitions, but it's also, in truth, about unlocking the economic value of creativity and to treat intellectual property not as an afterthought, but also as a strategic national asset. This is a suggestion, not a criticism, but it would have been wonderful in the introduction to the bill to just put very briefly in context the orange economy of Trinidad and Tobago. The best numbers I have, Minister, is that it's probably about 5% of GDP, but that itself is a guess. And to my colleague, the Minister of Planning and Development, it would really be useful, and I know it's soft and squishy, to crystallize a little bit more clearly what is not just its contribution, but its real economic potential. And I know others have struggled with this, but I think it's a very worthwhile struggle. The copyright reform needs to be seen not just simply, as I said, a legal exercise, but as economic policy. You know, paradoxically, many of the creators behind many of our globally admired expressions, cultural expressions, struggle to earn a sustainable livelihood. Many of the individuals and small enterprises, and it is a collected and shared task, responsible for the creative output, remain economically vulnerable. You know, it's not simply a lack of talent or ambition. It is largely a result of structural gaps in protection, in financing, in market access, in institutional support. In that context, it's not a failure of talent, it's a failure of systems. A modern copyright framework and the system that underlies it is the foundation on which creative industries, our creative industries, need to stand. Without clear, enforceable, technologically relevant copyright protection, our creators cannot confidently license their work, and they cannot accurately value their creative assets and seek to generate the income required. It's in that context I would suggest, particularly to the Minister of Industry, that this needs to be understood not simply as intellectual or economic policy, but also as cultural policy, an area for which your ministry has a broad ambit. The bill is necessary but not sufficient. Copyright reform, I put to this House, needs to be the first step in building a more complete, a more comprehensive orange economy. We could lament all the troubles that the economy is going through. But what people are looking to from us is to say, okay, what can we do? And there is much that can be done that the orange economy gives access to, because it taps into the individuals and it taps into the creativity that is part of the ecosystem in Trinidad and Tobago. An effective orange economy needs modern IP laws, such as this is seeking to do to modernize. It requires collective management organizations, such as our colleagues, that are transparent and trusted. It requires access to financing mechanisms tailored to creative enterprises, and that is a task and a half. It requires export facilitation for music, film, fashion, design, digital content. It requires ongoing education, both in IP literacy, but also in all the broader aspects, so that creators understand and use their rights and understand where the opportunities are. And most of all, it requires reliable data and valuation frameworks, so the sector can be measured, so it can be scaled, and that the appropriate attention can be brought, not just for when the creativity wows us, but for the economic import it brings. Without these complementary pillars, even the strongest copyright laws will fail. This moment matters. We meet at a time where Trinidad and Tobago is seeking to diversify its economy and to reduce the vulnerability to external shocks and to create meaningful employment, particularly for younger persons. I know I had a bit of a controversy on how I define younger, but we leave that for the moment. The orange economy offers precisely that opportunity. It's labor intensive, it is capital intensive, it is creative intensive, something that is in the DNA, apparently, of Trinidad and Tobago. It is driven by talent already abundant in the population. It is export-oriented. It is, how does one create economic policy out of the creation of joy, which is what our people do. It aligns naturally with digital platforms and global demand. But none of this can be realized if the creators remain informal, underpaid, and underprotected. The copyright reform, such as proposed in this House, sends a powerful signal, not only to artists and creators, but to investors, potential international partners, and our own diaspora, of which there are, what, 1 million, 500,000 people outside of Trinidad and Tobago who acknowledge this country as their home of origin, that it sends a signal to all of these persons that Trinidad and Tobago is serious about doing business in creativity. So my question would be, how do we use this necessary amendment, Minister, as a launching pad, not a finishing line? And I'm not suggesting that you said it was a finishing line, but to really encourage that thinking to go forward, to catalyze greater coordination among creative sectors and agencies. to encourage the private sector, private partner ownerships, which is the only way that this will work, to shift from viewing culture as an expenditure and recognizing it as an investment. And to a national mindset that understands creativity is a generator of wealth, of dignity, and national identity. Many of us are old enough to remember when talking about being a steel band man was not something said with pride. Look at the difference over 20, 30, 40 years. How we carry that forward is the legacy that others have given us. When creators are protected, they innovate. When innovation is monetized, industries grow or can grow. And when they grow, the nation can prosper. So, in conclusion, by advancing the Copyright Amendment, we are taking a necessary step towards justice for creators. By pairing it with a broader vision of the orange economy, we take a necessary step towards economic transformation. Copyright law, and I commend you, Minister, stands at the center of that structure. But without clear enforceable copyright rules, creators would struggle in all kinds of ways. But by itself, it is not enough. So the call I would propose to colleagues is how to use this as an opportunity for a continued step in the phase of economic transformation. So I propose let us support the legislation not in isolation, but as part of a very deliberate strategy to build an ecosystem where creativity is protected, valued, financed, and exported for the benefit of all of Trinidad and Tobago. And I commend this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Anil Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. We come here to talk about creativity and brilliance and achievement, yet none of the speakers before me saw it fit to congratulate our two Trinbagonians who received Grammys, Jolene Mendez and Kwame Ryan from Fatima College. And this is why this debate is not only so timely, but so brilliant. I had to force myself to listen to the former Attorney General, Faris Al-Rawi, Senator, talk about projects and all that he could do and should have done, would have done, but achieved nothing. And every time we come here, he regales us of all the work he did quietly in some office that never saw the light of day and never came forward to help our creatives produce intellectual property protection and create rights and copyright for our people going forward. This, Senator Vieira, I agree with you. It's long overdue. But if it's long overdue, what was Senator Faris Al-Rawi doing for 10 years? On Friday, 17th May 2024, there was a matter on the adjournment brought to the Parliament. And the UNC, who then in opposition, asked for the amendments to come to the copyright legislation to protect our artists, to protect our great works. And nothing came. April 28 came, Saddam Hussein came, the UNC came, and we are here today. The Honorable Faris Al-Rawi says, this comes at an important time. A critically important reforms are here today. TNT will be served and shared, yet he was AG for 6 years and in a government for 9.5 years. How come the time wasn't critical back then? How come the reforms weren't critical? All of a sudden, a new government comes and moves forward with a policy to protect our creative rights because we believe in merit, we believe in the brilliance of our people, and he is trying to claim some responsibility and try to give us praise. We need no praise from the PNM. The PNM remains where they are. Stay right there. Yet, for the period that he sat there, he said he looked for 10 years at the intellectual property rights and that nothing he interfered with. But during that 10 years, he collected at least 69 million in rent from a building that he did not have commercial property to collect. You didn't collect rent? Boy, you're not that important. Yeah.
Okay. Hello, please. Honorable Senator, you cannot raise that during an ordinary debate. If you want to raise the conduct of the senator, you have to bring a substantive. So I uphold that, right?
President.
So
He's not that important, but he stood there and regaled us with all the so-called work he did, but nothing he achieved, never brought anything forward, but he collected a lot.
Rise on Standing Order 46.5 as well.
Yeah, well, just read.
I apologize.
Yes,
He said he's not a he. I agree with that. It's Senator Faris Al-Rawi, former Attorney General, yes, of the PNM. Yeah, he reminds me, just like he talking there, about a fella partner I used to have. We went in Army Fete one time, and he stand up there for about 5 hours looking at a sweet lady, and he wouldn't make a move, he wouldn't dance, he wouldn't do anything.
46.1.
Yeah, I understand. Let us not personalize. Continue, please.
Mr. President, I'm talking about a man who just spoke for 40 minutes, said that he did all the work but achieved nothing. I'm using an analogy of my friend who went to Army Fete, stood up for 5 hours watching a lady, and then our next man come and take the girl in 1 minute. That's what you remind me of.
I arise on Standing Order 46.1.
Okay, I think it will be
Move on, I'll move on. But I would like to give him a tissue to wipe his eyes, the mascara running. But Ministry of Artificial Intelligence, the former Attorney General looked across and said, we have a Ministry of Artificial Intelligence. When he was Attorney General, they had a Ministry of No Intelligence. When we earning our keep, he spoke about the artists earning the keep. But he was earning his keep while he was Attorney General, collecting rent, not studying the artists.
I rise on Standing Order 46.6.
Yeah, I've ruled on that.
And 1.
Yeah, I've ruled on that. So, Honorable Senator, again.
Yes. Well, as we move on, the bill also talks about the moral authority for people to not use people's intellectual property and their works in the incorrect manner. And here we had a former PNM Attorney General calling Bob Marley 49 years ago, Redemption Song, and trying to equate the lyrics of Bob Marley to the oppressive, tyrannical regime of the PNM. That nearly made me choke on my dinner mint. Because Bob Marley in that song said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. On April 28, 2025, the people of Trinidad and Tobago did just that. He said, none but ourselves can free our minds. Have no fear for atomic energy, because none of them can stop the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the book. We fulfilled the book April 28. We fulfilled the book on January 12th in Tobago 15-0. The book of the PNM is at an end.
I rise on Standing Order 46.1. Can we at least get a clause in the bill?
Please, continue, please.
He can't interrupt me. He does not know when you have skills. He could get up and down as much as he wants, you know, whether the pants tight or you have on tight. You're talking about lobes. I get horn. Why are you so interested in I get horn? Don't worry if I get horn sometime. Don't worry.
Please. Let us stop the crosstalk. And Senator Faris Al-Rawi, please. You spoke, when I say you, the Honorable Senator Faris Al-Rawi spoke. You spoke. I sought in my role not to avoid anyone interrupting. I don't think anybody interrupted. I think the Honorable Senator is speaking, but you are in this constant, excessive crosstalk, and you know that is not permissible. Okay? So allow the Honorable Senator to speak. If you have to raise a point of order, you do it. But the crosstalk, I'm not going to permit it. Honorable Senator.
Thank you. Mr. President, thank you. I don't need the protection. I know you may understand when you were younger, because when you have sweet woman, sometimes the risk is you'll get horn. He wouldn't understand that. So, the Senator Faris said, Al-Rawi, that it's a subdued carnival. Well, I don't know where he liming with the boys and them in the gym or where he is, but all over this country, the carnival is energetic. The vibes, the lyrics, the music, the band, the stick fighting, across inch by inch. So wherever he is, it's subdued. Maybe that Balize house because the construction stopped. But all over this country, the carnival is moving and the flavor is great. And we move forward to have a safe carnival to continue to diversify the economy. And this bill will ensure that all the great works, all the intelligence that is utilized to make and to write and to produce great works of art will be protected for years, up to 70 years after the death of our brilliant artists who we are proud of. Imagine a PNM member, of PNM talking and boasting about what Calypso has become and how brilliant he feels down in Skinner Park. Well, all of that Calypso that the PNM killed and the PNM dead now, Skinner Park or no Skinner Park, he has lost his seat in San Fernando West, and he has lost his position as Attorney General, and he lost his Ministry of Rural Development. So they could sing what they want, but nobody
cares.
cares.
On Standing Order 46-1 and invite the member to bring a substantive motion against me. He apparently is hot and sweaty over it.
Well,
could we have some...
I am responding to it.
Okay, I understand, but 46-1 does not continue.
It doesn't apply. He brought up Calypso. We in a copyright bill. We're talking about authors and producers and protecting intellectual rights. And I am here to show that the PNM did to Calypso what they wanted to do to the Intellectual Property and the Copyright Act by not bringing this legislation, which we have to thank the minister for bringing it to protect. Because if you notice, since 1986, when the PNM started to control Calypso, ask Joe Newell Williams why the tents bust, why the tents don't make money, why nobody wants to steal Crow music, because it's nonsense, it's racist, it's divisive, and it's PNM. PNM does not control Calypso like the honorable member would like us to believe. Orlando Octave may not be selected by the PNM judges, but the people will hear his artistry, his brilliance, and enjoy his music. Because the PNM loves to control. Imagine the greatest bard, the man who wrote classic pieces of nonsense like Common Entrance and Lick Bottom African. That man had to get a CPEP contract. And isn't it ironic that the one gentleman now who has a lot of questions to answer about cabinet approval to extend CPEP contracts to 2029 is now trying to boast about Calypso in Skinner Park. PNM can have the Calypso. The people voted them out with all that Calypso. The tents are not making money. They want to control the artists because independence...
I rise on Standing Order 46-1, please.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. But you see, he doesn't even understand the bill. That's probably why he was unable to bring it. And that's why we needed an intelligent man to bring this bill forward. Because the PNM leaves artists in poverty, waiting for handouts, waiting for a selection to go into a tent, waiting to get a grant to have a tent, even though the seat's empty. They make a little cacada from the PNM, but the art form, the culture, the brilliance, the double entente, it's all gone because they weaponize Calypso, and the people weaponize their finger against the PNM to reject them. So let them continue with that. Imagine the PNM for an election in Tobago. They tried to thief a whole song, and they had to get on the verge of the election.
I rise on Standing Order 46-1.
What?
I overrule.
But on 46-1, he is not even understanding the bill. There was the PNM, we just had an election, January 12, 2026. The PNM took the intellectual property of Prince Swami and VAS producers. They had to send them a pre-action protocol letter because they did not have the permission or pay for the rights to utilize this song. The PNM had to accept and accede with their senior counsel, Gilbert Peterson, aka the oil bunkerer, that they could not use it and would not use it. That's what this bill is about. This gentleman who spent an inordinate amount of time in law school cannot read the bill and understand why we are here. The PNM also, in the 2020 election, took the work of Trinidad Killer and used it down in Point 14, and his #1 PNM Calypsonian Crocro and the PNM mayor of Point 14, who also had a $2.5 million CPEP contract, was seen on video cursing out the artist who was just asking to be paid for the utilization of his intellectual property. This is why the United National Congress comes here, to protect our artists so that they're not hungry. Imagine them, Steve, a whole song and still lost 15-0. The song name was Lift Up. The PNM thought it meant Thief Up. The copyright infringement also, it's not only music and production. The PNM does not respect people's intellectual property rights. In 2020, in the election, the then Commissioner of Police had to berate the PNM for taking his image and putting it on their manifesto. They had to fall out with that. This is why the PNM did not bring the bill, because they never have the ability to create their own. They have to always take from somebody else, and that's why they are a failure. Imagine also in the 2025 election, we saw a picture of their selected prime ministerial candidate, Stuart Richard Young, with a logo of the PNM, copying exactly Michael Jordan, the most famous logo in the history of the planet. The PNM tried to thief the logo, but it lasted one day, just like Stuart Young in the Prime Minister's office. They couldn't use it again. So this bill is timely, it's critical, and I thank the government for bringing it. But you see, that's what the PNM is about. Control. They want to control independent institutions. They want to control everything. Their former prime minister, the former went by the president to control the Police Service Commission, to select a commissioner of police.
Order 46-1 with the greatest of respect. I was reined in much tighter circumstances, Mr. President.
I don't know what you're referring to. Who reined you in tighter circumstances? You're not referring to me. Connect and let's go.
I will connect just like TNTech is connecting across this country right now, and people have electricity, unlike under the PNM. Control, freedom, intellectual property. They don't even understand what this bill does. It protects people for generations, their wealth creation, their property. And when you have the ability to earn revenue, to earn large sums of money, that gives you a freedom from oppression, from tyranny, from people telling you what to sing, how to sing, and paying you to sing in a tent. So this is a way to ensure that our artists are no more struggling and walking cap in hand to the PNM looking for something to sing bad about Kamla and Siparia, but sing good about a man from Tobago who was a teacher and breed a child at school age. That they don't sing about that. It's best I write some Kaiso too, but I wouldn't make Skinner Park, but that's all right. We go make it in an election. When they call election, whether San Fernando West, Toco, Sangre Grande, Sawa, Barataria, across the country, we prefer that victory so that now we could bring legislation here to protect each and every one, because when UNC wins, everybody wins, except PNM. The PNM has shown that they are anti-protection, because the former Attorney General, who boasted that he was there so long, he never brought this. Why? Because this provides protection. And when this Attorney General brings another bill to protect people, to keep them safe, to allow the police and the army to move in and keep people safe, The PNM votes against that. And when there is protection coming in, and we want to have the DPP's office funded to give protection to the people, to move cases forward, that PNM government underfunds the DPP's office because they are anti-protection, they are anti-safety. And they would also want to come and ask for special majority. But we are on this. Which one?
46.1. None of this is relevant to the bill about control and starvation of the PNM is not relevant to intellectual property debate.
Yeah. Please, just can I give...
I know. The Honorable Senator probably wasn't paying attention, but this bill is about protection. Protection of rights, protection of freedom, protection of intellectual property. The PNM did nothing for 9.5 years to protect and copyright, and we are wondering why. And I'm showing you that the DNA of the PNM is to not protect people. They don't protect labor. They don't protect music. They don't protect people. They don't protect sports. They don't protect children. They don't protect their own constituency. They protect no one except themselves. You are too young and you may not understand what you are in. You just join a party because it look nice and the balise might look good. But you have to understand your history and where they come from. This Attorney General sat down in a cabinet and recused himself 100 and something times. He protected himself and his family.
Standing Order 46.1 once again.
Yeah, again, Senator Roberts, just refer to a clause in the bill and tie it, and let's go, please.
Standing order, please. 46.6. The very improper motive ascribed just now. Very improper. To me.
I appeal again to members that let us try to keep the debate at a certain level, and let us not personalize debates, and let us not impute improper motives to anybody. Okay, let's continue.
Yes,
please.
No imputation.
Standing order 46.6, I ask that he withdraw those statements.
Yeah, I have ruled on the matter already. I've asked him to...
I will not withdraw that he recused himself over 100 times. That is true. And those recusals are on the record in the cabinet. And if he would like them to be withdrawn, he will withdraw them himself. I might even say them on Doubles and Coffee, because he comes here and pretends that he cares about people when he only cares about himself and his family.
Mr. President, I rise on 46.1, 46.6, and he's also contradicting your direct ruling made a moment ago. If the member wishes to bring a substantive motion against me, bring it on. But this is not the way to do it.
All right. Okay. All right. Please. I don't think we should threaten. Please. I don't think that anyone should be threatening. Okay? Please.
I'll move on, sir.
Yes.
For you.
Please.
Oh my goodness, I'm so scared. Faris will deal with me. Make sure when you run your pants don't split. Yes. So the copy, you're still going by my loves.
Please. Let us not, listen. We don't want the debate to deteriorate, please. Let us not get into this personality area, personal reflections. And I think I appeal to my colleagues and Senator Roberts, let us not personalize the matter. I think we have said enough. Let us continue, please. Yes?
Mr. President, the honorable member, the former Attorney General who passed laws that were overturned in the court so many times he had to run up and down the stairs, he just stated in his contribution that, if we wanted on this side to make it retroactive, he and his PNM supporters and others would vote for the special majority. Where was that special majority last week when we wanted the special majority to keep the people safe, to stop the bloodshed, to allow citizens to live like they live in the fancy building with a rental? Where was that special majority?
Standing Order 46.3, Mr. President.
I don't think he's revived.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, continue, please.
You know, that's the typical PNM, you know. They don't care about the truth. He's just so happy that he believes I get on. Well, I'm happy to give you some excitement, brother. Cool yourself. But it's all right. So moving right along, Mr. President, well, imagine these people who are in charge of our country. No wonder the country is in a mess that it is. An attorney general who cannot read a bill and understand could not bring any real legislation to help the people, only study themselves. And that's why we are here. When you're talking about the Copyright Amendment Bill 2026, the bill brings freedom and empowering and independence. For example, they gave examples of other songs. What about Gypsies? Captain, the ship is sinking, sung in February 1986. And just after that, December 1986, for the first time, the country got rid of the PNM. For the first time, the country could breathe and take that. What about that? I mean, that song right now, years later, 39, nearly 40 years later, in April 2025, was even more apt. But the problem was that on this time, Gypsy was on the ship that was sinking, and the captain changed twice. So this kind of intellectual property, we must protect Gypsy even from himself. People will have to understand that the duration is important. Why? Because creative works do not expire when an artist passes away. Section 19(1) of the Copyright Act, as amended, states that generally copyright and moral rights are protected during the life of the author for 50 years. We are now going to 70 because there are cases that you would understand. The Bob Marley case, he quoted Redemption Song, not knowing that Bob Marley was singing about people like him and his government to free the people from that kind of oppression. It is ironic. Calypso Rose, we have to protect her moral rights because these people, these PNM, might take her music and apply it to themselves, and she may never want that because she may not understand what sort of evil reigns in that Balisé house. This bill is very important because artists do their work not for political expediency, not to get a little high five or a picture with a tight pants man in a gym. They do it from love, from creativity, and should get their money whenever their family, their grandchildren should. And this bill protects those rights for 70 years. There's the example of the Beatles. The catalog continues to generate billions of dollars. And that's why this is important. We have artists now, Machel Montano, Kes Diffentala. When we are all gone, their music will live on. Savannah Grass may live on for the next 200 years. His family is now protected because of the Minister of Legal Affairs, because of Kamla Prasad Bisesa. One can only remember when you talk about intellectual property, and Senator Vieira is so correct. Who can remember the war that took place with Brian Charles Lara and Digicel? When Digicel took control of West Indies cricket and Brian Charles Lara was B-Mobile, between 2003 and 2010, there was the oppression of Lara because the intellectual property rights were not respected. Dinanath Ramnarine fought for West Indies cricketers, fought for the intellectual property and their rights to be respected so that they could choose to sell and be endorsed by who they want. Brian Charles Lara was taken away, the captaincy and so on. This bill will also protect and create a tapestry of intellectual property laws moving forward so that all intellectual property would be protected and each individual who deserves to earn from it will do so. The PNM won't understand that.
No, because they want to take a PTSD to
the PNM won't understand that because the Attorney General of the PNM didn't even know that buses can't drive over water, but PTSD driving to Tobago. I mean, it's really ridiculous. Sometimes I wonder why I put on suit and think to come here and debate these fellas who have no oxygen flowing in the brain.
Standing Order 46-4.
Parliamentary.
I don't oppose that. Continue, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Stick break in the ears and he can't learn. He can't debate me, he can't disturb me. He's not intellectual
Mr. President,
enough.
I rise on 46-4. This is on a roller coaster of insults, Mr. President. I don't respectfully believe the Senate is meant to be like this. If so, then we'll engage in internecine warfare. That cannot be proper behavior on the Honourable Senator's part for your consideration.
All right, listen. Senator Roberts, Senator Al-Rawi. Senator Roberts, continue, but please refer to people. And again, let me just put on the record, if we want to bring a matter dealing with a member's conduct, we have to do it on a substantive motion. So try to be guided as you go along and get back to the connection.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Because this bill, as I connected, offers freedom, offers opportunity, offers economic salvation to our artists, our producers, our authors, that previously was not there because that Attorney General of the PNM did not care. I am proud to be Trinbagonian. I am proud of our
President,
people.
Standing Order 53-1B.
Yeah, again, just connect your points on this.
Mr. President, I am proud Trinbagonian. I am proud African. I am proud East Indian. I am proud to be here and I am proud to be part of the UNC government that is protecting creative rights. You see, on the other side, some of them are not even proud of who they are because they have to change their name from Sukaran to Al-Rawi. God bless. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I rise on 46-1, 46-4, 46-6. This is overbearing, Mr. President. I ask for your protection.
Yeah. Again, we don't have to go. Please.
Tell the truth. Okay.
Yeah, please. We don't have to go there.
Yes.
Please.
Tin press his name was Sukaran. All I say and that's the truth. Yeah?
Constitutional privileges of the Parliament apart from the standing orders. Not only are these outright untruths told by somebody with questions to answer, but they cannot be accepted, Mr. President. Surely, in your experience, you agree with me. Surely.
Please. Let us just cool the temperature. Cool down. And let us conduct ourselves as we are supposed to conduct ourselves, in a professional way. So could we, again, refer to people, refer to the clauses, do it in a professional way, and let us proceed without hurling any kind of accusations or insults. Please, let's go.
Mr. President, I will just tell you that I'm proud to be on this side, proud to support this bill, proud that we are here to protect our intellectual capital, our artists that create our culture, make us proud of who we are, not being PNM. Calypso is not PNM. Music is not PNM. Pan is not PNM. And PNM is only about themselves, and that's why they'll remain on that side, whether with tight pants, loose pants, or skirt. So thank you, Mr. President, and I ask for the support of all the senators to protect our culture, our history, and our brilliance, and continue to save us from the mediocrity and the chaos of the PNM.
Senator Janelle John Bates, please.
Mr. President, thank you for allowing me an opportunity to intervene what is turning out to be a bit of a spicy debate today, although it was one that I thought would have been pretty simple because the objectives of the bill are simple and limited in their scope. The bill at hand seeks to extend the duration of copyright protection for authors, the duration of moral rights for authors and performers, and the duration of neighboring rights for performers and producers of song recordings from 50 years to 70 years. It also extends the duration of neighboring rights protection for equitable remuneration for performers and producers of sound recordings. Simple, useful, admittedly, and welcome. We have said from the outset that we do support the bill because we believe that this bill recognizes the creative work of our artists and performers as real work with real economic value. That this bill would recognize that the work, the intellectual work of our creatives is a labor of love for some of them and is a reflection for them of who they are as a person. And this bill is a simple modernization of the law. Nothing novel, nothing visionary, simple and welcome. Mr. President, before I get into the substantive portion of my contribution, developing on those 3 points that I would have identified. Mr. President, in Shakespeare's Macbeth, Macbeth had a famous soliloquy where he was reflecting on life. And he said that is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. And Mr. President... On what?
No, I know, because they've been doing that for all the time, and he was a lot closer to the actual bill than she is.
Yeah, continue, but let us. I try to bring down the temperature. Continue.
Yes. So the connection was going to be made quickly. Mr. President, the connection is this. When I heard the last speaker, all I heard was sound and fury, and nothing of significance was said. Everything that was said in a vociferous tone, but none of it relevant to why we're here today, which is to extend some rights from 50 years to 70 years. Instead, we descended. Mr. President, there was only one thing of relevance that was said by Senator Anil Roberts. The only thing that he said that was truthful and of relevance is that when UNC wins, well, partially true, everyone wins except PNM. And Mr. President, I would agree with that because we can see that this government has a policy to victimize PNM, control corporations in the way that they have denied them funds. We can see that in the way they have completely fired.
I stand on 46.1. We reach corporations now. That has nothing to do with this.
Yeah. I think I'm giving...
Mr. President, the connection, for those who don't understand it, is this. I'm rebutting what he said. Nobody in the PNM wins apparently under this government. Victimization upon victimization based on the policies that we can see. But I don't have to be that dead horse. It is there for those who have eyes to see. If Senator Anil Roberts really wanted to make a relevant contribution to this debate, I would have expected to hear him speak about new technologies that are affecting copyrights. The minister would have made some passing reference to reforms and in the copyright and that this bill is somehow connected to some agenda that they have. And I guess it was his way of attempting to convince us that they have some commitment to the development of IP in this country. I would have expected to hear something about that from Senator Anil Roberts. I would have wanted to hear something about the new realities facing our creatives under copyright, something about AI-generated performers. I would have wanted to hear what the government is doing about the rising of synthetic voices, digital cloning. That's the kind of stuff I wanted to hear. Mr. President, I was amazed when I saw on Facebook some reference to something called Trinidad's first AI soca artist. I say an AI soca artist called Juve, and apparently she had some first single called So Alive. That blew my mind. And those are the kind of things I thought I would have heard about today, because that raises some fresh copyright and performer rights questions. Who really owns the work? When some AI-generated, program creates something like a soca song. Apparently, I saw this on Facebook as well, there's some controversy about an up-and-coming soca artist using AI to create a song. And apparently radio stations are pushing back against that by denying airplay. These are the kind of new issues I would have wanted to hear about. Instead, I hear about horn and horn and horn. I mean, come on. I thought I would have heard something about because I want to stand with the Senator Al-Rawi, and I think it was the move of the bill in recognizing that there are some representatives of the collection management agencies here. And I'm happy to see that they are sitting next to each other and in a congenial mood. But stakeholders have said time and time again in the public forum that the existence of multiple collection management agencies in this country is a cause for concern. I thought I would have heard something about that. There is a bit of a gray area in relation to the law there. It is out there by stakeholders in the industry that the regulations governing these collection management agencies need clarification. So that's why I want to join with Senator Al-Rawi in the call for the office, the IP office, to move to an authority. Because we need some standardization as it relates to these organizations. Apparently, it's causing confusion in the industry. And that confusion extends to promoters. It requires them to pay higher taxes. There's the confusion surrounding the license holders. And these are questions that I thought would have been addressed today. Now, be that as it may, Senator Anil Roberts said that, they don't need no praise from the PNM. That's not what we're here to do. We are not here to praise you. We are here to do what we have always said we're here to do. That is support good legislation. We are not here to oppose for opposing's sake. So when we come here and recognize the strengths of our legislation, this is not to give you no praise. We're not here to boost your head, We are here to say that we could support this bill. It's good law. It's simple law, but it's good law. There are some laudable objectives with this bill. For example, this bill, as I would have said, recognizes that creative work is real work. Mr. President, there was a time in this country where every parent seemed to only recognize 3 professions: lawyer, doctor, engineer. Everybody wanted their child to be that. But we have, it seems to me, moved away from that kind of concept. Parents now recognize that there is value in creative work. They understand that creative work can entertain, it can educate, it can provide some mental relief from mental stress. There is value in the work. And essentially because of that, people are earning a living from their creative work. It's not a pastime anymore. It is real labor. And Senator Vieira would have indicated why it is real labor, the time needed to invest in the labor, in the work that they're doing. The skill that you have to develop, whether informal or formal skills, schooling that you would have attended to develop these skills. So it is real work. And although it may be enjoyable, a lot of the creative work is enjoyable. Writing a book, choreographing work, content creation, it may be enjoyable and fun for those who are doing it, but it is still work. And therefore, these creatives need to benefit economically from their work. And this bill goes some way to ensuring that they can benefit economically for a longer time. And for that, we say that's a good thing. And beyond the economic aspect of the work, this act also recognizes that, for example, the creative work is also personal, and that's what takes us to the moral rights issue. Creative work is almost an extension of self for some people, and I would understand that, because I know the minister said that these people are more talented than us, but some of us have some talent. I sing as well. So I understand how it feels to express yourself in that way. And moral rights are rights that it gives you the right to be credited for your work. Sometimes it's not about the money, it's to be recognized for what you're doing. It gives you the right to object to the distortion and mutilation of your work. And it gives you the right to protect your reputation. We see that in Clause 3 and 4 of the bill, which extends the duration of moral rights to 70 years after the death of the performers, yeah? So extending moral rights protects and shows respect for the creative identity and legacy of the author of the work, not just the income aspect of it. But I said the income aspect is not one that we can gloss over. As was stated before, this is a property right. These copyrights are property rights that people can pass on to their children if they so want to do. And you know, we would have heard here mentioned some of our older performers and artists in the soca and carnival space. And much respect to those who have been called. But we have to look at the younger ones as well. How does this bill or the extension of the rights benefit the younger artists? Let's take, for example, bringing it home for somebody to understand from a practical level. Take a performer like Mikal Tasia Williams, known by his sobriquet Mikal Tasia. He's only 29 years old. He has put on a show. He performs on many stages, both locally and abroad. This act will mean a lot to him because of the extension of the rights, a TV station can't just air his concert recording without him giving them permission. No one could just duplicate his performance, record it and sell it, and make a profit off of his work. No one could upload his performance and stream it on a platform without his authorization. And for a 29-year-old who has to think about down the road, that is very important. So an extension for 50 years or 70 years will ensure that long after he's no longer even to be able to perform, once he hasn't, given authorization to other persons to do what I've just said with his rights, he would be able to benefit financially well into his golden years. And that is laudable. So we would appreciate the act for that. So in conclusion, Mr. President, as I said, I'm not here to stand up alone. I think we all can recognize the importance of the extension. As I said, simple, not visionary. There are other pieces of legislation we think that has to be brought to the table. Perhaps the government is taking it inch by inch, perhaps. Maybe that's why we're here today. But we support the bill. The long and short of it is we support the bill. It is sound. It is beneficial to creators. It is a step. It is not the destination. But good legislation deserves support, regardless of which side introduces it. And with that, I thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries. Huh? Okay, good, okay. The Honourable Senator David Nakhid, Parliamentary Secretary.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Mr. President, why the contention? The Senator Bates went from Guaya all the way up to Chaguanas and back to tell us that it's a good bill. So where the contention? What is it about? To score political points? Mm-hmm. Even the context she quoted Macbeth showed you exactly the intent and purpose and purport of the PNM. Completely out of timing or incorrect. Because you're talking to the only person in St. Mary's who get an A in English literature. Macbeth. And I come from a house, everything you do wrong or right, there's a quote from Shakespeare. So it goes like this. Life's but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets is over upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Yes, a tale told by an idiot, full of song and fury, signifying nothing. I grew up with that. I grew up with that. It doesn't mean what you said. It's not about somebody coming and talk and shout. It's about life being meaningless and empty, just like the PNM. It is you all, in 9 years, no, forget 9 years, in 47 years of governance, did absolutely nothing for the Calypsonians and the people who are creative in this country? Absolutely nothing. I could call one by one the amount of them who died poor and broke because all they didn't do nothing. All they come in here to talk about what you want to do and we going inch by inch. You all did nothing. I never see a bunch of hypocritical, reprehensible people who just have nothing to say. A simple bill. Give people a chance to improve the lives of their family, not from 50, but to 70 years. Everybody agree that. All of you all agree that. But you're trying to come and score some political points, letting people quote incorrectly from Macbeth. We have a bunch of intelligent people over here. Or there's just a bunch of opportunists on that side. Mr. President, to get up and talk after these, it's so easy. It's so easy. You don't even have to jot down notes. You just have to listen to them with this empty rhetoric about the UNC this, and they mean that. And okay, simple question. What did you all do? For the creative sector, what did you all do? What did you all do for PAN? And I could talk about PAN from now till thy kingdom come. What did you all do for PAN people? You all let a whole 1% conglomerate come and control the creative arts and PAN. They make it have a factory for PAN. Who benefit from that? Rudolph Charles? Spree Simon? Noble Jules? Not one of them. You all just come and talk and talk and talk and hope to convince somebody here in you all. But your whole narrative wrong. Your whole narrative wrong. Your whole intent and purpose wrong. This is a simple bill that the UNC and the Kamala Prasad predecessor brought to the table. Did you all do it? No. So where's the purpose of, according to my father, where's the ruckus? Where's the ruckus? Just come and say, well done UNC, thank you very much, both and we can go on. That's all. I heard Senator John Bates mention so many things that really didn't align with the situation on the ground. It really didn't align. It's an attempt basically to put the UNC as being opposed to creative. I don't like to get into the race thing. But it's alarming to me how they're always trying to paint the UNC as somehow about being against creatives, because a lot of our creatives are people who look like me, maybe a little darker, but they're African people. Our Afro-Trinbagonians. We are the ones who help them. We are the ones who raise grants. We are the ones who increase their grants. We are the ones who have lifetime achievement awards. We did that. We did that to 2010 and 2015. One of the people involved in that, I call him Uncle. They don't even know who he is, Thunderbolt Williams. He gets a grant every year that Kamala Prasad predecessor created. A lot of other Calypsonians who were on their deathbed, dying, got assistance from the UNC. So I don't know where they get this kind of moral haughtiness to feel that they have done something for the creatives. They haven't. All they have done is stoke the fires of race. That is what the PNM does, stoke the fire of race. UNC do nothing. It's an Indian party. That is all they do. When you look at the reality on the ground and the situation, we are the ones who come with a sober, clear, purposeful, with intent to make the lives of the creative sector in this country better. That is what this bill is about. Nothing less, nothing more. I won't go into Senator Al-Rawi's bill, presentation on the bill, because there's really nothing to see. It's just a lot of talk about, what they have done and what they would do. And I think most people are right by now fed up. But Senator Lewis, he talked about we need to see some deliverables. We need to see what will be the impact. Well, we have created an economic cooperation, more or less, to support this bill. So there's going to be an ecosystem around this bill where we look at to see how this drives into our tourism, our push in the tourism sector. We piloted that already. We want to make sure that this will go into how we improve the tourism sector. Because if we get this bill going for the Calypsonians, for the creative sector, what you do, you ensure that the tourism sector will have progress going forward in all art forms. Because there are so many art forms involved in the carnival. It's not only pan and calypso. There's costume making, all these things. Wire bending, all these things, especially the costumes. It's something that we have not as a government really delved into. This bill helps us propagate that and perpetuate that. So that'll be the answer to your question. So it's not something that is only geared towards the creative sector, it's also geared toward the economic side of the carnival as well. And I hope that puts your worries about that, because it is a legitimate worry, but I don't think it's something that has been delved into like we intend to. And that economic cooperation that we intend to put with this copyright, together with all the other facets of the carnival, including, as I said, the tourism sector, will ensure. Now, in my opinion, I can only speak from the pan side, and I speak about the finest steel orchestra in the world.
Exodus.
I will let everybody name these nondescript bands, and then I'll talk about the finest steel orchestra in the world, Lavantil Desperados. When we look at their collection over the years, when Lavantil Desperados was going to places like Carnegie Hall, playing in these places, when no other steel band orchestras even know what was to travel. We were playing in 1966, 1969, Carnegie Hall and all these places. All that music will now be protected. All that music that people just take and playing all over the world, in Japan, in Brazil, they're playing, now that's going to be protected. So when I see the family of my uncle and they, now in relative discomfort, can't say poverty. I'm not dishonest at all. But from their contribution to the art form, they are not where they should be economically. That's a crying shame. That's a crying shame that the family of Rudolph Charles is not living the life, the luxury, that you see some of the people associated with the PNM making millions of a carnival. Millions of a carnival. People who never know how to play a pan, or never went in a pan yard and stay up until 2, watching people rehearse over and over, section by section, playing and playing. And they're making millions out of carnival. And when I see the people who I know put their blood, sweat, and tears into this thing, into the art form that we now call pan, that is the most recognized art form around the world. Let's be clear. It's more recognized than Calypso, than anything else. When you go I went to Japan a couple of years ago. They have more pan schools in Japan than we have in Trinidad and Tobago, probably. Everywhere. And the people who created that art form never benefited from it. And we have people now associated with that side, millionaires out of it, millionaires. And I'll call their name, because as they know, Nakhid okay. Hardcore and they have control of the pan making all that. They have, why? And we from this side, we will ask those questions. Why the people who invented the art form, they are not the ones to benefit from it? Why people associated with the PNM, the 1%ers, always seem to get the sweetheart deals? Why? We have to ask that question. Why we have to have people begging to get their just due? And then they come here pretending that they care. Pretending to be contentious. They have nothing to be contentious about. This bill is very straightforward. Improving the lives of the people in the creative sector. That is it. So I didn't intend to be long, but I had to answer a few things from Senator Lewis and Senator John Bates, because I understand what it means to be in opposition. I sat there 5 years. But not once you can find me on the Hansard getting up to say a piece of nonsense. Getting up to say something that is untrue. I will get up and say something that is pointed at the heart of injustice or oppression or poor governance. They just get up and talk. I mean, can anybody seriously tell me what is all the contention about? In the end, they come back and say, yes, this is a good bill. We really like this bill. It helps the creative sector. I will do what they didn't do. I will say less. With these few words, Mr. President, I thank you.
The Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. President. As I rise to lend my unequivocal support to the Copyright Amendment Bill 2026, a measured, progressive, and internationally aligned piece of legislation that advances the protection of intellectual property rights in Trinidad and Tobago, strengthens our creative economy, and safeguards the legitimate interests of creators across multiple sectors, including our critical and expanding agricultural value chain. Mr. President, intellectual property is no longer an abstract legal construct confined to academia or specialized commercial activities. It is a fundamental pillar of modern economic development. The bill before this Honorable Senate reflects government's strategic commitment to ensuring that our legislative frameworks keep pace with evolving global standards, technological advancement, and the reality of value creation in a knowledge-driven economy. Mr. President, the principal objective of this bill is straightforward yet profound. It seeks to amend the Copyright Act, Chapter 8280, by extending the duration of copyright and neighboring rights, protection of authors, performers, and producers of sound recording, as well as extended the duration of moral rights for authors and performers. Currently, under the Principal Act, copyright protection subsists for a period of 50 years after the death of an author. Clause 3 of the bill, Mr. President, proposes to amend Section 19 to extend this period to 70 years following the death of the author, or in the case of joint authorship, 70 years after the death of the last surviving author. Similarly, clauses 4 to 7 extend the duration of protection for performers and producers of sound recording for 50 years to 70 years, while Clause 8 provides clarity in respect of the commutation of protection period for broadcasting organizations. Mr. President, these amendments are neither arbitrary nor excessive. They are carefully calibrated to ensure coherence within the statutory framework and alignment with international best practice. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago is a profound signatory to the Berne Convention for the Protection of Literary and Artistic Work. Article 7 of that convention establishes a minimum protection period of the life of the author plus 50 years. However, critically, Article 7.6 expressly empower member states to extend this period through domestic legislation. This bill, therefore, represents a lawful and prudent exercise of sovereign legislative authority. Indeed, comparative legal analysis demonstrates that numerous jurisdictions have already implemented extended protection periods. For example, Mexico provides copyright protection for life plus 100 years, while Dominica provides life plus 75, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines provide life plus 75 years. Mr. President, it is imperative that Trinidad and Tobago does not lag behind our regional and international counterparts. A robust intellectual property regime enhances investor confidence, encourages creative production, and positions our nation as a competitive participant in global cultural and knowledge markets. Mr. President, the bill recognizes that copyright is both an economic and moral entitlement. Economic rights allow creators to control reproduction, distribution, public performance, and commercial exploitation of their works. Moral rights, on the other hand, protects the personal and reputational relationship between creators and their work, including the right of arbitration and the right to object to derogatory treatments of their creations. Extending protection for moral rights ensure that creators and performers maintain their dignity, reputation, and legacy across generations. This is particularly important in a society such as ours, where cultural expression forms a core element of national identity. Mr. President, the creative sector represents one of the fastest growing components of the global economy. Music, film, digital media, literature, and broadcasting are industries in which Trinidad and Tobago has long demonstrated excellence and international influence, and we must congratulate all our creative minds, our artists, and everyone who would have contributed to positioning us where we are today. By extending protection periods, this legislation creates a stronger incentive structure for creative investment. It allows artists, producers, and performers to derive sustainable income streams from their intellectual output. And, Mr. President, while I may not profit from this industry, it's remiss of me if I do not declare to you that I myself has been an artist over the years gone by. I would have collaborated with my colleague who is here in the public gallery, Mr. Aston Isaac, as I salute him with our song, Carry the Flag. It's there on YouTube. We can look at it. So, by extending the protection period, this legislation creates a stronger incentive structure for creative investment. It allows artists, producers, and performers to derive sustainable income streams from their intellectual output. But more importantly, it enables families and estates of creators to benefit from generational wealth derived from intellectual labor. Mr. President, it is prudent in any democratic legislative process to anticipate and address concerns that might be raised regarding this bill. However, these concerns do not withstand careful scrutiny. The Copyright Act already contains well-established fair dealing provisions and statutory exceptions that safeguard public interest uses, including education, research, private study, and reporting, and these protections remain fully intact under this amendment. Further, intellectual property is a recognized proprietary right grounded in principles of economic fairness. Just as tangible assets may lawfully benefit successors, so too should intellectual labor generate legitimate generational value, thereby strengthening incentives for creators to produce work of enduring national and cultural significance that can be passed on to generations to come. Moreover, rather than imposing undue barriers on industry, the bill enhances legal certainty and clarifying commutation of protection period and standardizing statutory interpretation, thereby reducing administrative ambiguity and potential litigation. International experience consistently demonstrates that robust copyright regimes stimulate investments, expand licensing opportunities, attract creative sector
Mr.
financing,
President, standing
and
order
increase export.
4211. I don't know if the member sought your leave.
Yeah, he can proceed. Continue, please.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. President. Such policy direction is consistent with government diversification agenda and our commitment to strengthening the non-energy revenue stream here in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President. And this amendment supports Trinidad and Tobago, the diversification of our energy and the creative and knowledge-based sector as meaningful contribution to sustainable national development in our country. Mr. President, I want to emphasize a dimension of this bill that is sometimes overlooked, the relevance of the agricultural sector. Agriculture today extends far beyond primary production, Mr. President. It encompasses things such as branding, agro-processing, digital marketing, knowledge dissemination and technological innovation, intellectual property protection, including copyright, plays an increasing significant role in this ecosystem. And allow me the opportunity to explain, Mr. President. Firstly, copyrights protect agricultural research outputs, technical manuals, training publications, training material, and digital educational contents produced by our agricultural institutions, universities, and research agencies. By strengthening copyright protection, we incentivize investment in agricultural research and knowledge development in this entire area. Secondly, Mr. President, the agricultural sector increasingly relies on multimedia storytelling and branding to enhance commercial value of agricultural products. Initiatives such as geographical branding, like how we have our Montserrat cocoa, our Vancouver chocolate, and so forth. Geographical branding, promotional documentaries, digital campaigns, and marketing material all rely heavily on protected creative works. Strong copyright protection ensures that the producers, cooperatives, and agribusiness enterprises can safeguard their intellectual assets from unauthorized exploitation. And Mr. President, thirdly, this legislative enhancement supports the development of agro-tourism and cultural agriculture, including cocoa tourism, culinary heritage initiative, and farm-based industries. These sectors rely heavily on protected audiovisual production, creative content, and documentary storytelling that preserve and promote our agricultural heritage. So indeed, Mr. President, as Trinidad and Tobago continues to promote premium products such as our Trinitario cocoa, protected intellectual outputs become integral to market differentiation, international branding, and export competitiveness. And Mr. President, as we focus on the strategic crops within the Ministry of Agriculture, our Trinidad and Tobago Trinitario cocoa is one of the strategic crops that we can boast about wherever we go in the world. So I ask you for an opportunity to allow me to dance the cocoa a little this evening as it relates back to this bill. You see, Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago's Trinitario cocoa stands as one of the nation's most distinguished agricultural and cultural assets, globally recognized for its exceptional genetic heritage, superior flavor profile, and historic contribution to the international fine flavor cocoa market. As a hybrid originating from the Criollo and Forastero varieties, Trinitario cocoa represents innovation born from years of resilience by our cocoa farmers as well, and the adoption, and to date continues to position Trinidad and Tobago as a premium producer with a global cocoa value chain. Mr. President, today's launch of the Trinidad and Tobago Trinitario cocoa certification trademark by the Honorable Minister of Land and Legal Affairs and Minister in the Ministry of Agriculture, the Honorable Saddam Hosein, marks a historic and strategic milestone in safeguarding the authenticity, quality, and geographical reputation of this prized commodity. And once more, we should congratulate Minister Saddam Hussein on spearheading this initiative. This certification, Mr. President, not only protects the integrity of our Trinitario brand, but also enhances market differentiation, strengthens export competitiveness, and empower our local cocoa farmers and processors to command premium value for their cocoa in the international market. The Copyright Amendment Bill 2026 complements and reinforces these national efforts by strengthening the broader intellectual property framework that supports agricultural branding, promotional storytelling, research publication, and digital marketing associated with Trinitario cocoa. Modern agriculture competitiveness extends beyond cultivation into the protection of our creative and intellectual outputs, such as documentary content, educational material, promotional campaign, and heritage narratives that elevates Trinidad and Tobago's cocoa industry on the global stage. By extending protection of the intellectual work and ensuring creators and producers maintain long-term control over their content, this bill supports the sustainable commercialization of the Trinitario cocoa brands, protect investment in agritourism and products development, and reinforces government's strategic objective of building a diversified, knowledge-driven agricultural economy anchored in innovation, authenticity, and global excellence. So Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, as I wrap up and I conclude my presentation, in advancing this legislation, our government, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar, demonstrates its commitment to building a resilient, innovation-driven economy that rewards creativity, protects creators, and promotes sustainable national development. Mr. President, for these reasons and for what I have mentioned earlier, I wholeheartedly support the Copyright Amendment Bill 2026, and I respectfully urge senators on all sides of this chamber to lend their support of its passage. Thank you.
The Minister of Land and Legal Affairs.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wish to thank my colleagues for their contribution on this particular bill, which I thought would have been a very non-contentious matter. It certainly got a bit heated in this chamber. Mr. President, I want to thank the Attorney General especially for really the tremendous work that he and his office and team would have put in terms of the drafting of this piece of legislation. And there are just a few points I wish to respond to. Senator Al-Rawi, I think he gets very upset every time we say good things about our Prime Minister because there's a lot of good things to say. And the fact is, Mr. Speaker, the record will speak for itself. The commencement date for the Copyright Act would have been the 1st of October 1997 under UNC government under Kamla Persad-Bissessar. In fact, on our way out of government in 2015, we passed the Trademark Act of 2015 under Persad-Bissessar-led administration. But you see, Mr. President, I think there's an issue of jealousy because we have a leader we can boast of. We have a leader we can boast of. I think they are confused of who is leading them. And my friend, Senator Al-Rawi, said this is not a new concept. And I agree, because we started it back in 1997. We saw the need for a reform, and we are back here in 2026 getting it done. Getting it done. Promises made, promises kept. And he said, you know, the EU would have adopted this back in 2011, and I quote that he was keeping his eye on it. Mr. President, he was keeping his eye on it. I don't know where his eyes were, but certainly it was not this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, it took us less than 9 months to get this done to support the creative industry, to support our talented people of Trinidad and Tobago. We will do it, and we will do it again and again until we could bring the most relief and support to the people of Trinidad and Tobago in every sector. Because we said when UNC wins, everybody wins. And you see, my friend complained about Carnival. He said, wait, bus? He said bus is here? Mr. President, I saw him struggling through the crowd in CIC. I saw him struggling. He couldn't make his way through the thick crowd in CIC. So I don't know what fete he thinking that bus, but I think it have a fete coming up soon that the PNM having that he's anticipating will bus. Yeah, I think he's anticipating that one will bus. And Mr. Speaker, the member asked, why is it that this bill is not operating retroactively and that they will lend us this special majority support? You see, it's very difficult to take legal advice from my friend, especially after his performance with the CPEP matter. So I can't take legal advice from him, Mr. President, at all. I'm afraid we may have to pay cost. So, Mr. President, I will defer of the advice of the experts in the field. So the World Intellectual Property Office would have advised our local IP office, do not let this thing operate retroactively. And I take that advice, Mr. President. I take that advice. So I don't have, oh yeah, there's one more thing that Senator Al-Rawi would have put on the record, and I think I need to correct the record. Two things, actually. He said that bars are closing down all over, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, I'm a man, I don't consume alcohol. I don't engage in no rum talk. And I don't go to bars, but I have an AZP article here that I'm seeing. It says, bar owners dispute online claims of closure. And this article is dated the 1st of February, 2026. That's 2 days ago. And I quote, Mr. President, not all bars named on a list circulating on social media purportedly of establishment closed due to rising taxes have actually shut down. Some bar owners said they were confused to see their businesses including on the list, which began circulating 3 days ago. AZP News visited several establishments in the South on Friday night and Saturday morning. At the former rum station bar at San Francisco, a new business, nightlife, restaurant, and bar was opened on Friday night. This, I think they said, was closed down, you know. This after 5 weeks of around-the-clock preparation. So, Mr. Speaker, it is very difficult to take any advice or information from my colleagues in the opposition. It's very, very difficult to do that, Mr. Speaker, because the facts speak for themselves. Facts are a stubborn thing. Facts are a stubborn thing. And then my friend tried to fearmonger. And Mr. Speaker, they're doing this not up here, but in the other place also. And he said that we are going to tax the carnival industry. I think he said that in his debate. He said that we are going to tax the carnival industry, taxing everybody. Well, Mr. Speaker, I do a lot of research, and I came here with some research. So I happened to find a Trinidad Express article dated the 11th of March, 2020. Who was in power in 2020? I think it was my friend's opposite. The article is titled, Non-Compliance Level is High. Minister Alison West on Carnival Taxes. Let me get into the article, Mr. President. Carnival is big business, I'm quoting, generating hundreds of millions of dollars in increased sales of alcohol and food for supermarkets and retailers every year. But all-inclusive fete promoters, masquerade bands, soca stars, music truck owners, well-located bars as well as hotels and guest houses collectively generate millions of dollars for their owners. How many local businesses either declare their carnival-related income or pay the appropriate taxes on that income? Then the article goes on by quoting former Minister Alison West. She said, the TTRA's focus will be on ensuring that there's equitable compliance with the tax law. She outlined that this includes ensuring that, one, and I quote, Mr. President, The tax net captures all taxpayers, including those from the informal sector and those involved in periodic activity such as events promotion and carnival activity. So you understand what is happening here, Mr. President? Hypocrites. They are in fact accusing us of something that they were going to do with the TTRA. That is why one of the first actions we took as a government was to repeal the dreaded TTRA. To repeal the dreaded TTRA. Mr. President, I go now to the contribution by Senator Lewis in terms of the orange economy and the quantification of these matters. I am happy to report, Mr. President, that the IDB, through the Ministry of Planning, is already embarking on such a project in terms of the quantification of the creative industry, not just Carnival alone, but round-the-clock creative industry in Trinidad and Tobago. And I can also tell you from the IPO side of things that the TTIPO office has already engaged with the WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Office, through a creative economy data model, which is already an ongoing project collecting data and information. So, Mr. President, the work is being done. We are on it. We are on it. Mr. President, sorry. I want to tell my friend Senator Bates, I think she said that we need to move the IPO to an authority and so on. I want to tell you, Mr. President, that under this government and the leadership of the IPO office, Mr. Askarali, that the both CMOs have in fact engaged in mediation, and there will be a model coming very soon in terms of going forward. There is no need to make the IPO office any authority. There's no need to do that. That will be done. We are allowing the creative industry to regulate themselves in that manner. Let them do it. And I don't know how we reach from an argument, Senator John Bates, from one that we're trying to protect people's work, give them protection, to victimization. She accused us of victimizing people. Nothing in this bill, not a single clause, Mr. President, has anything to do with victimization. This bill, this particular piece of legislation, does not apply to one group. It applies to every single person. It applies to every single person. It doesn't apply to any one group. And again, Senator John Bates raised an issue of AI and in terms of protection and so on. I want to advise the senator that according to copyright law, and I'm going to use two jurisdictions, one in the US and the other will be in the EU. Copyright is really for human authorship. It's not solely by machine. I mean, if there's some element of machine, yes, fine, but you're copyrighting human authorship, human talent. So therefore, that does not qualify for copyright protection. Mr. President, I am very shocked at the level of preparation and analysis in this place by my friends in the opposition. The US Copyright Office says that you only protect the fruits of human creativity. Simple, you know. You can't type up on ChatGPT, create a fake image of Anil Roberts and put it on the internet and say that has to be copyrighted. That is not how this thing works. This copyrights human creativity and authorship. The EU says that the author must own the intellectual creation. So human creativity remains a key factor for protection. But Mr. President, in local parlance and since we're in carnival season, they didn't do it, we did it, so it hurting them. It hurting them. And this government will continue to do all that we can, ensure to protect all of the citizens. Because on this side, Mr. President, on this side, we're giving them performance, and we're giving them performance. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
Honorable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to amend the Copyright Act, Chapter 8280, to extend the duration of the term of protection for copyright and neighboring rights for authors, performers, and producers of sound recording, to extend the duration of the term of protection for moral rights for authors and performers, and to provide for related matters be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Copyright Act, Chapter 8280, to extend the duration of the term of protection for copyright and neighboring rights for authors, performers, and producers of sound recordings, to extend the duration of the term of protection for moral rights for authors and performers, and to provide for related matters.
The Honourable Minister of Land and Legal Affairs.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that the Copyright Amendment Bill 2026 be committed to Committee of the Whole, Senate, forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Copyright Amendment Bill 2026 be committed to the Committee of the Whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause. You're all right? Okay. Honourable Senators, there are 8 clauses. There are no amendments. So I'm taking all 8 clauses together. Can we start?
Clauses 1 to 8.
The question is that clauses 1 to 8 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 to 8 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 8 now stand part of the bill.
Page 17.
Yeah. The question is that the bill be now reported to the entire Senate. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The bill shall now be reported to the whole House. The Honourable Minister of Land and Legal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wish to report that the Copyright Amendment Bill 2026 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the Senate agree with the committee's report.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate agree with the committee's report on the Copyright Amendment Bill 2026. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Honourable Minister of Land and Legal Affairs.
Mr. President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Copyright Act, Chapter 8280, to extend the duration of the term of protection for copyright and neighboring rights for authors, performers, and producers of sound recordings, to extend the duration of the term of protection for moral rights for authors and performers, and to provide for related matters be now read a third time and passed. Honourable
Senators, the question is that the bill entitled An Act to Amend the Copyright Act, Chapter 8280, extend the duration of the term of protection for copyright and neighboring rights for authors, performers, and producers of sound recording, extend the duration of the term of protection for moral rights for authors and performers, and to provide for related matters be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. A division is called.
Mr. Alaha.
Aye.
Mr. Jeremy.
Yes.
Mr. Roberts.
Yes.
Swarat Singh.
Yes.
Mr. Maharaj.
Yes.
Mr. Batiste,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Mr. Ratiram,
Yes.
Professor Prasad,
Yes.
Dr. Chaitan Maharaj,
Yes.
Ms. Charles,
Yes.
Mr. Zakur,
Yes.
Mr. Nakhid,
Yes.
Mr. Rashid, Mr. Tripathi,
Yes.
Dr. Browne, Mr. Al-Rawi,
Yes.
Mrs. Roberts-Radgman,
Yes.
Mr. Danpal,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Mrs. John Bates,
Yes.
Mr. Vieira,
Yes.
Ms. Choate,
Yes.
Dr. Axe,
Yes.
Mr. De La Bastide,
Yes.
Ms. Jones-Simmons,
Yes.
Mr. Lewis,
Yes.
Dr. Murray,
Yes.
Mrs. Lalit Etienne,
Yes.
Mr. McNish,
Aye.
Can I have your attention? Can I have your attention? Can I have your undivided attention? That's how more like it. The result of the division is as follows. 30 members voted for the bill. No member voted against the bill, and there was no abstention. The bill has been unanimously approved.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Copyright Act, Chapter 8280, to extend the duration of the term of protection for copyright and neighboring rights for authors, performers, and producers of sound recordings, to extend the duration of the term of protection for moral rights for authors and performers, and to provide for related matters.
It's a good time for us to suspend for tea. We return at 6:15. This sitting is now suspended until 6:15 p.m.
Motions.
The Honorable Minister of Legal Affairs and Land and Legal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided by Section 5(1) of the Land Acquisition Act, Chapter 5801, that the President may by order declare that land is required for a public purpose, and whereas it is provided by Section 5(2) of the Act that Parliament may by resolution approve an order made under Section 5(1), and whereas the Land Acquisition Requisition Order 2025 was made by the President under Section 5(1) of the Act as legal notice number 388 dated the 24th day of October 2025, and whereas it is expedient to approve the said order, be it resolved that the Land Acquisition Requisition Order 2025 be approved. Mr. President, again, I thank you for the opportunity to allow me to enter and join this House in settling what is a very long-standing matter plaguing the good people of Tobago. This morning, I had the honor to deal with intellectual property with our Trinitario Cocoa. We dealt with more intellectual property a short while ago with copyright, and now we're going into real property, which we're dealing with lands. Mr. President, the matter before us is a simple one, but it's exceedingly meaningful. We arrive at this juncture after 18 years. 18 long years it took us to finally formally vest this particular piece of land in the state. This parcel of land belongs to what we now call the Tobago Race Club Limited. And it comprises of 40.4913 hectares that can be found registered in Certificate of Title, Volume 3085 at folio 131, bounded on the north by the Claude Noel Highway, on the south by the Tobago Land Bank Company Limited, on the east by Estate Trace, and on the west by Road Reserve 10.00 meters in the parish of St. Patrick in the ward of Tobago. And Mr. President, the first notice that is before the public was a Section 3 notice where, according to the provisions of the Act, Section 3 gives the intention of the state to acquire a particular parcel of property. This was done in 2008. Thereafter, we moved to the Section 4 notices, which then allowed physical possession of the lands, and this was published via legal notice number 31 on the 12th of February 2009. So, after that, Mr. President, the matter went silent. Silent. It took a United National Congress government to try to start the settling of this particular matter, where compensation, now that had to be paid to the Tobago Race Club, was in fact paid between the period 2010 to the 2015 period. We demitted office then in 2015. And Mr. President, not a single thing was done by the former administration. Not a single thing was done. 100 acres of land leaving Tobagonians titleless. And you know what is even worse, Mr. President? Is that they announced the major expansion of the A&R Robinson Airport in Tobago, having to relocate persons from where they live. Some of them even had title, and place them on a parcel of land where the state did not even have title, rendering these people titleless. Mr. President, we are here to fix it and give justice to the people of Tobago. It cannot be that all of us in this honorable chamber knows the issues plaguing Tobago with respect to title. And this was one of the easiest matters that we can get to fix that 100 acres of land, vesting it in the state, thereafter going into the THA, because the THA is responsible for all state lands, save and except the Prime Minister's residence and the President's residence in Tobago. And Mr. President, when I went into this file, there were notes, cabinet notes, drafted, and never saw the daylight of the cabinet room between the period 2015 to 2025 under PNM administration. One of the first things I did, Mr. President, is that when I saw this particular matter, after it was raised with me by a visit I did with the Chief Secretary last year, he raised this matter with me. Immediately, Mr. President, we went to the cabinet, and I went to the cabinet on the 11th of September 2025, and immediately the cabinet approved this matter to bring relief to those Tobagonians, Mr. President. You see, when we deal with Tobago on this side, Mr. President, we don't deal with Tobago every 4 years. They'll tend to deal with Tobago, Mr. President, every time there's an election. Every time there's an election, you hear my friends opposite talk about autonomy, and they talk about fixing land tenure in Tobago. There's no election, Mr. President, and we are getting the work done. We're getting it done. And if they think that they can fool the people of Tobago, they have to think twice, because they suffered the greatest defeat, 15-0 recently, Mr. President. 15-0. 15-0. And, Mr. President, this matter, we would have thought that they would have given some priority, that they were actually moving people physically to this location. It took a UNC government under 9 months now to get this matter going and to give those Tobagonians title finally. But I'm not stopping there, Mr. President, because in the other place, and I'm sure it will be raised here, there's a parcel of land also abutting or adjoining this parcel of land called the Friendship Estate. The Friendship Estate, I can announce, that matter will be brought very soon to the Cabinet for a decision. The reason that has not been brought as yet is that they have some final surveys in order to be completed. It has to go to the Director of Surveys. Once all is in order, that matter will be brought to the Cabinet. The Section 5 notice will be published, and very soon I will be asking your honorable chamber to give consideration to that particular matter, because these two parcels go as really one estate per se, although they are two separate acquisitions. They are very close to each other, Mr. President. Mr. President, when we are able and we are finished with this particular exercise, as I said, it's a simple exercise, it's a motion. The direct benefit to the people of Tobago they will now be able to obtain registered titles. They can take that title to the bank and they can get mortgage financing. They can also secure their business or home improvement loans. They could use their properties as collateral. They can now be formalized into the financial system so that you can monetize that particular piece of property that you have. I know many persons, and this is one of the reasons why we created the Ministry of Land and Legal Affairs. It's a long-standing issue in terms of tenure. It doesn't only affect Tobago, but also Trinidad. And persons often will tell me that they are afraid to improve their homes because I don't know that this piece of land I live in, I will get a lease for it. I'll get a deed for it. So when these persons are given the comfort now of having their title in hand, they will feel more confident to use their homes as collateral, as a financing tool and mechanism so that they can access financing, and the direct benefit will be to stimulate the economy of Tobago. We will reduce all of those stress and so on. And Mr. President, the good thing is that I am so happy that I can boast here today in terms of what is taking place at the Ministry of Land and Legal Affairs. When I went there, firstly I was appointed as the Minister of Legal Affairs and a minister in the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries. Thereafter, what the Prime Minister would have done in her wisdom was consolidate the Valuations Division, the Land Management Division, the Surveys and Mapping Division, and the Registrar General's Office all into one. Formerly, RG was in the Legal Affairs Office of the Attorney General. Valuations was in the Finance Ministry. You had the Surveys and Mapping in Agriculture. And each one of them has to speak to each other on a daily basis. They have a critical role to play in terms of regularization of tenure and title. All of them under one umbrella ministry now, Mr. President. You have matters flowing in a more quick, efficient, and expedient manner so that we can bring that level of security to the people of Tobago. That is why, Mr. President, I can proudly say that over 600 ex-colony workers were able to get their leases, their residential leases, in under 9 months. That is why I can tell you that over 200 persons were able to be given certificates of comfort under the LSA. And that is why I'm so happy to say today that 500 citizens will benefit from the Land for the Landless program, Mr. President. 60% of the lands will be given to the general citizenry. 20% is being reserved for public servants, and 20% is going to be reserved for recent graduates of any tertiary education institution. And Mr. President, that is not happening by chance. It is happening because a progressive decision was taken to consolidate all of these divisions within the Ministry of Land and Legal Affairs to take us to this point today. Mr. President, this again, I hope, is another non-contentious matter. My friends opposite sat on this matter for 10 years. They did absolutely nothing for this particular piece of land. We were able to get this done in 9 months, Mr. President, and I beg to move.
I'll now put the matter for debate. Honorable Senators, I will now propose the question for debate. The question is, whereas it is provided by Section 5, subsection 1 of the Land Acquisition Act, Chapter 5801, hereinafter referred to as the Act, that the President may, by order, declare that land is required for a public purpose, and whereas it is provided by Section 5, subsection 2 of the Act, that Parliament may, by resolution, approve an order made under Section 5, subsection 1, and whereas the Land Acquisition Requisition Order 2025 was made by the President under Section 5, subsection 1 of the Act, as legal notice number 388, dated the 24th day of October 2025, and whereas it is expedient to approve the said order, be it resolved that the Land Acquisition Requisition Order 2025 be approved. Senator Melanie,
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me say from the outset that there's no intention, there's no intention to make this contribution a contentious one, although the goodly minister went places that we really didn't need to go. It has become very, very obvious that the PNM seems to live rent-free in the heads and the minds and the hearts of those on the other side. Every minute, as Senator Cummins like to say, it's PNM, PNM, PNM. Every minute we hear that. I mean, we on a procedural matter, it's a simple matter, one that we agree with, you have our support. So we didn't expect the run-up that we got. Mr. President, the acquisition of state lands for public use is not a novel idea. It's not something that has never happened before. It is a routine thing, an administrative piece of work that happens under any government. This is not something that the UNC just came up with a couple of days ago. And I'm sure we could all remember with some level of displeasure the kind of pushback and fight that the PNM would have gotten previously when we made attempts to acquire different pieces of land for public use. Now, let me just say that while those on the other side seem to possess some sort of affinity for obstruction and confusion and contention, we on this side, we the People's National Movement, PNM, we support progress for the people of Tobago, and in this regard, we really and truly take no issue with the land acquisition order being brought by the government. It indeed aligns with our core principles and our very strongly demonstrated approach as pertains to access for housing for individuals and families in Tobago. And our track record speaks for itself, despite any sort of attempts to discredit the work that the PNM has done in this regard. We do have a track record. It stands. The people of Tobago continue to live with it. They continue to benefit for it. And this new acquisition, while it is supported and welcomed by us, it is but a drop in the bucket when you really compare to the housing initiatives that would have been delivered by the People's National Movement across Tobago. And if we were to take a look at the period let's go from 2001 to 2021, we would note that the People's National Movement implemented a very structured and somewhat evolving housing program across Tobago. And this spanned from your serviced lot developments to completed housing solutions to even mixed housing types, while also securing strategic lands to support long-term settlement, expansion, and national infrastructure development on the island. And many families benefited from these We had builders, contractors benefiting from these. We've had many workers benefited from these. And as a Tobagonian, when I think about almost every single housing development that has taken place in Tobago under the leadership of the People's National Movement, I think I could identify at least a few persons that I know, a few families who were positively impacted by these developments, by each of these developments. And I mentioned that we would have started off very initially with the service lot type of development, and the goal was really to expand access to land for the people of Tobago. So we wanted to support self-built housing while maintaining some sort of planned settlement growth. And I think at that time it was because the People's National Movement realized that the culture in Tobago would have been one where we like getting our piece of land and then we build our own style of houses. So when you think about the Cudler Hall development, for instance, that represents a very early phase of the service lot type of development. And the model still exists. So we have the Sherburne Road service lot development that was undertaken a couple years ago when persons were relocated from the Crown Point area because of the airport expansion. And that would have entailed preparing the residential lots and then your drainage, your water, your electricity, and we would have distributed about between 40 and 60 service lots. And then we did a similar development that the minister would have mentioned across in Cove as well, for similar reasons as well. Persons relocated from Crown Point, and they were able to get these lots fully developed and then construct housing. And in some cases, there are small businesses in this area as well. And then, of course, there's the Coreland development, and that's one that we're particularly proud of in Tobago. That's a prime development. The houses in that area, they're quite gorgeous. Approximately 114 to about 116 service lots were distributed to the people of Tobago by the People's National Movement. And then, of course, we had up in the east, Bell Garden Phase 2.
Mr. President, I think we're going all the way to Coreland and up in the east of Tobago. Relevance 46-1.
All right. Yes, I'm giving the Honourable Senator an opportunity to connect.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just responding because the Honourable Minister would have mentioned some of his initiatives as well. So it's just in direct response to that. All right, and then we had Senator Allaha. We also had the Blenheim service lot development there as well, and you're invited to visit as well.
Can't complain.
Yeah.
Can't complain.
And it doesn't end there, Senator Allaha. We also delivered single. All right, thank you. Yes. We also delivered single-family housing developments during our tenure as well. And this was an alternative to the service lot model where we completed about, I don't have the figure here, but basically under these types of developments, you had plenty. All right, we're going with that. We had the detached single-family housing within fully powered and planned residential developments. And here we produce finished housing units supported by, again, road networks, drainage systems, and utilities. And then back in the east, we have Renaissance in
Mr. President,
Roxborough.
I rise again on relevance. Where are we going? Tobago is a small place. She's going all over. She's covering the whole of Tobago, and we're just dealing with just one.
I want to uphold the standing order raised by the Honourable Leader. If you can come back to the particular estate, Sherburne Estate, I think that would be more relevant to our motion that is before us. Continue, please.
Of course. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. President. We're here and we're contemplating and we're discussing the acquisition of state lands to facilitate residential housing for families and communities across Tobago. So what I'm doing is showing some of the similar types of housings that would have been carried out, and also kind of talking about the time frame. The Honourable Minister would have mentioned that there would have been a gap between the Section 4 notice and then anything else was done. Until now, I'm showing the work that was done during that period, the period that the Minister would have asked why the gap was there. So I'm just showing what happened during that period. It is relevant to the Minister's query about what happened between the issuance of the Section 4 notice and what's happening now. All right, and if I can continue, during this period, from the issuance of the Section 4 notice to where we are now, we would have also undertaken, we would have spent the time also implementing mixed housing development. So you have Adventure Phase 2, where we introduced mixed housing types for the very first time on the island, and what we did was to combine single-family homes with townhouse-style units to cater to a variety of income levels and household needs. So whether you're low income or middle or upper income, we ensured that all families across Tobago had equal and equitable access to decent homes and good communities. No zones, just fair, equal, and decent treatment for all Tobagonians. And the public program records indicate that roughly 239 housing units were planned under that Adventure Phase 2 project, and at least 79 townhouse units were delivered into the national housing stock. And now, just like the government is hoping to do today, during this period of time, so from, I guess, 2010 or whenever the minister would have pointed, the People's National Movement pursued strategic land acquisition to secure Tobago's long-term settlement and housing needs. These acquisitions were intended to support future residential, much like the residential community that we're contemplating today, community and infrastructural development. So we would have commenced acquisition of the Adelphi estate, again for housing and community development, and then the Friendship
Mr.
estate
President,
that was mentioned.
46.1, this is a very narrow motion.
Yeah, Senator Melanie Roberts, Radgman Roberts, I would like you to just, if you look at the acquisition motion, I think it is confined to 100 acres. I think it's the Chauvin estate, and there are houses there that is, based on what the minister has said, seeking to regularize title. It has nothing to do with anything outside of that arrangement. So I think we should try to zone in and confine ourselves to the land acquisition motion in terms of the framework items. Continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm guided, and I had just segued before I was interrupted by the Honorable Senator into the acquisition of the Friendship estate, which was actually opened up in the debate by the Honorable Minister. And the point I was making was that we would have commenced the process for acquisition of the Friendship estate mentioned by the Minister, and it was acquired to enable further settlement expansion and planned residential growth. One of our main areas of focus has always been the acquisition of lands to provide homes, communities, and development for the people of Tobago across various income brackets, age groups, and family structures. Now, Mr. President, when we decided as an opposition that we had no objection to this order, to this acquisition, it wasn't my intention necessarily to stand in the Senate and speak on the great and lasting legacy that is the People's National Movement. But unfortunately, I could not allow the untruths and some of the misleading statements made by those on the other side to pass without refuting them and without correcting them firmly. Nonetheless, Mr. President, we do affirm our commitment to the development of the island of Tobago and to the people of Tobago. In central government, we'll do it, and in the THA, we'll do it. In government, we'll do it, and in opposition, we'll do it. This has been and will continue to be our approach. So before I close, Mr. President, on behalf of this responsible opposition, I call for accountability, transparency, equity, fairness in the manner in which this acquisition is carried out, of course having due regards to the rights and interests of all the Tobagonians who would be impacted by this action. We also call, as the opposition, for fairness, accountability, transparency, and equity in the execution of the proposed housing development proposed for these lands time and time again, we have spoken about the importance of course, including our local contractors, service providers in the execution of state projects. So as the government advances its proposal and its intentions, it is my hope and it is my encouragement that our people will not be sidelined even as we open up the project on a national scale. And then finally, Mr. President, once again, on this side, we call for accountability, transparency, fairness, and equity in the eventual allocation and distribution of these homes. And to close, Mr. President, as our friend President Modi would have once said, mere good governance is not enough. It has to be pro-people and proactive. Good governance is putting people at the center of the development process. And with these few words, Mr. President, I thank you.
Senator Francis Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. My contribution will be fairly short. I thank my two colleagues who spoke earlier to give me a bit of historical context. 49 acres translates to 49 hectares translates to 121 acres. I'm sitting here listening to this. I'm hearing the moral argument for the order. I have no problem with it. But I'm not hearing information that I need to make or have confidence that what we're being asked to approve, that the required information is being shared with the Senate. I was criticized for saying that I'm new at this business, and I am. I was not here 10 years ago. I feel as though I'm joining a conversation in the middle. So here are my questions, and they're very simple. What is the economic value of this transaction? I did a quick search online, land in Tobago, in Lowlands. There is one plot, 23,000 square feet, listed between 2.1 and 3.23 million. Another 1 acre plot at 2 million. A 5 acre plot at 6.5 million. When I work through the numbers, this suggests that the economic value of this is somewhere between, in TT dollars, 250 million to about 600 million. That's serious economic value. It has nothing to do with the moral worth of the argument, but that belongs in the presentation by the government for approval to do this. Beyond the economic value, how many people are affected? Not in total, all the various projects that are happening, but in this specific project, how many specific people are being affected? How many families? And when I talk about a conversation enjoined in the middle, once this order is passed, and I think there is a general consensus that it seems to be a good thing and let's do it, the people who are listening to this debate, they ask themselves, once the order is made, what happens to get it to an endpoint? Because we're unfortunately accustomed to things happen in the Parliament, and it takes a long time before the people in whose name this is being done see the end benefit of it. So the questions I have is, when we look at this, what is the economic value? How many people are being affected? What will happen once the order goes through? And I'm presuming that it will. And once the land has been acquired, these 121 acres, how much of it is being used for very specific purposes? How much of it is specific to the people who have been displaced because of the airport project or for other projects? This is not generalities. These are people's lives. This is a significant piece of value. I think the Senate needs to be informed of this in making its decision. Thank you, sir.
The Honourable Senator Anil Roberts, the Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Radgman, Roberts-Radgman, You said you didn't come to talk untruths. So I would just like to ask you, when you gave us, you regaled us with all of that PNM from 2001 to 2021, and you said, we built this and we did that and so on. Were you a member of the PNM or were you a member of the PDP until 2017? You would like to clarify? No? So therefore, if you were not a member of the PNM, it would be incorrect to say we did this and we did that. You have to, when you come in the Senate, you have to be, it's not funny, you know, it's a very serious not behavior. You cannot put things on the record that are not true. You were not PNM, so you were not we, and you're not from Paris, France. And don't take advice from Senator Al-Rawi because you might have to pay $250,000 because he just lost everything. But we don't live rent-free. PNM does not live rent-free in our head. It lives 69 million rent right next to you, 500 million in contract. That's why they're in our head, you understand? Because we need that money to be shared amongst the people, especially of Tobago. 619 recusers lives in our head. That's not rent-free. That's billions of dollars. So the disrespect of Tobago by the PNM continues, and it continues here today. So this might seem like a simple motion, but we are here once again for the UNC government to correct the record and to treat Tobago as an equal partner with love and respect. So don't come here and cover people. I am a half Tobagonian. I don't get involved in Tobago thing too often, but when I hear disrespect and PNM talking about Tobago, it really boils my blood, because here it is that a UNC government and a minister sitting there, the Honorable Saddam Hosein, met with the Chief Secretary only last year, and right here, a wrong that has existed for decades has been corrected by this government, just like that. And we must understand where your 15-0 come from. All you buy that didn't come by mistake. You know it is to get 15-0, 15-0, 15 nada, 15 none. That is a serious thing.
46-1, please, relevance.
All right, I'll give him also opportunity to develop his points. Continue.
Oh my goodness. You're learning from the wrong set of people. The relevance is respect due to Tobago. PNM, fire, burn PNM. Tobago don't want to hear from PNM. The way all they talk, all that project you do, and you get 15-0, like nobody lives there in all them house. The Land Acquisition Order 2025, Cove Estate. Pursuant to Section 5 of the Land Acquisition Act, Chapter 5801, the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago is empowered to, by order, declare that any land is required for the public purposes. There's a procedure to be followed in order for the government of Trinidad and Tobago to formally acquire the land as set out in Sections 3, 4, and 5. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, I don't normally take my time and read out things, but this is so critical because Trinidad and Tobago, we have had a history of PNM's dominance, PNM's refusal to accept Tobagonians as equals. They had people sitting down as members of parliament for Tobago, but fighting the PNM position rather than fighting the Tobago position. And this must end. We must stand side by side, and Kamala Persad-Bissessar says that is how she will govern. On the 28th of January 2020, the then Minister of Finance, the Honorable Colm Imber, revealed a 2-year project to expand the A&R Robinson International Airport. However, this meant that persons who were living on the perimeter of the airport would have had to be relocated, and we might want to rush this motion, you know. But no, these people suffered. House and land, these are human beings. Their children studying for exams, they were unceremoniously kicked out, disrespected, and could not get their money. So all you take all your time and listen. The half Tobagonian talking today, Mr. President. And these people deserve this to be on the record, because the PNM likes to push their head in the sand under Pigeon Point and pretend like they love people. It's the most disrespectful government in the history of the Caribbean. This meant that persons who were living on the perimeter of the airport would have had to be relocated. since that land would have been required for the expansion. A 2-year contract was then signed by representatives of the National Infrastructure Development Company, NIDCO, and the contracting company for the expansion, China Railway Construction. It's ironic that there was another Chinese company who got some HDC contract that the PNM then had to rescind because it was the most corrupt contract in the history of Trinidad and Tobago, with excesses and advance payments of 30% mobilization fee, $500 million overpriced, and they had to withdraw it and rescind it, when none other than the then former Prime Minister was the acting Minister of Housing, but then said he didn't know how the cabinet note reached to the cabinet, when only the minister who is in charge could sign the red file for the cabinet note to reach. But that's the PNM, that's the pathology of the PNM, and it's been unmasked. In January 2023, Minister Imbert stated that some $237.79 million was paid out by the then government to residents whose lands had been acquired to facilitate the construction of the new airport terminal and associated works at the A&R Robinson International Airport. NIDCO, being the executing body of the project, published a video in 2019 which outlined the procedure of acquiring the land surrounding the airport. The video stated the following order of events. You see, they put it on the record. They put dishonesty on the record, and we have to correct it. The then president of Trinidad and Tobago published a legal notice in the Gazette of the land required for the expansion of the airport in March 2019, pursuant to Section 31A of the Land Acquisition Act 5801. The Commissioner of State Lands was also allowed to enter the lands to take surveys and do studies. The then president of Trinidad and Tobago then published an order later in September 2019, just before sitting down to meet with the former Prime Minister to discuss the removal or withdrawal of a merit list and then the collapse of the Commissioner of Police and so on, around that same time. Authorizing the Commissioner of State Lands without waiting for the formal vesting of the land in the state under Section 5 to take possession of the land and apply it for any purpose connected with the use to which it is intended to be put on acquisition pursuant to Section 4.1 of the Land Acquisition Act, Chapter 5801. This included construction of the A&R International Airport. This allowed the affected residents 6 months from the service of this notice to vacate their land. If that is not oppressive, if that is not disrespectful, if that is not tyrannical, I know not what is. So save me the sanctimonious nonsense about the PNM in Tobago from 2001 to 2021, where money went through Tobago like a dose of salt, over $23 billion and nothing to show for it, overruns on every single project, but people disrespected. Your 15-0 was coming, it was bought, it was purchased, and it was delivered. This would have followed with valuations of each parcel of land, negotiation with each landowner, and a settlement on a price. In terms of the valuation, NIDCO claimed that the owner of the land would have obtained a valuation report for their land, which was their claim for compensation. The owners would have been encouraged to use a valuator registered with the Institute of Surveyors of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President. The state would have had then to pay the cost of the owner's valuator, and the valuator would quantify the owner's claim under the recognized heads of the claim. The owner would then submit this claim to the body approved to do so, which was ACQ and Associates at that time. In terms of the negotiation, NIDCO claimed that the state would have undertaken independent valuations. The owner and the state then entered into negotiations with ACQ, and before agreement, the owner was able to make a claim for an advance payment up to 80% of the state's value.
Mr. President, 46-1, please.
No.
These.
No. Yeah. 46-1. I overrule. Continue, please.
Listen carefully, you may learn something. Instead of misleading the Senate by saying you was a PNM 2001 to 2017, you were not. So you didn't know what they did. You're a lifetime member now, so you just go retroactive. I don't understand that. But this is something confusing. You go on retroactive PNM? But that is excellent. That's brilliant. You're amazing. Yeah. You really suit the PNM. That is true. Okay, don't disturb me now. I was born PNM, but I will never die PNM. I realize how evil PNM is. I didn't choose PNM. I come out PNM. That was in Pampas, yes. But when I learned that it's wrong and it's evil and it's wicked, I burned my card never to return. You choose that. You was PDP and you choose. Don't compare that, please. Don't disturb me. This is important. In terms of the negotiation, Mr. President, I'm glad that you are paying attention, because you may want to understand the relationship that Tobago has had with PNM. Imagine Tobagonian spit out 8 Tobagonian 15-0. That don't happen unless something is drastically wrong with that human being. In terms of the negotiation, NIDCO claimed that the state would have undertaken independent valuations. The owner and the state then entered into negotiations with ACQ, and before agreement, the owner was able to make a claim for advance payment of up to 80% of the state's value. The ACQ then submitted settlements to the state for approval. In terms of settlement, NIDCO claimed that the state approved compensation and the owner would have had to be paid. The owner would then vacate the property. The president would have then declared that the land is required for public purposes by an order in January 2023, pursuant to Section 5.1 of the Land Acquisition Act, Chapter 5801. This formally vested the land surrounding the ANR Robinson International Airport in the state. That was in the PNM, who was in charge of the state. As a result of the ANR Robinson project, Crown Point residents were displaced. The Land Acquisition Order 2025 seeks to provide land for the establishment of a housing settlement and expansion of villages to correct the wrongs, to correct the disrespect, to correct the oppression of the tyrannical PNM. The previous administration took no steps, Mr. President, to provide alternative housing or housing opportunities for those displaced by the ANR Robinson International Airport construction. Who dead, who homeless. Go your way. That is PNM. That's why you get 15-0. It was not a secret. I didn't have a crystal ball, but I know when people are fed up, and the people across Trinidad and Tobago are fed up of the PNM. They don't know who's their leader. They don't know where they're going. They don't know how to do it, and that's why they will remain over there. Compensation is not enough. People were displaced from family homes, nurtured communities, and had a way of life that's in the established community. The Land Acquisition Order 2025, once approved here today, would finally provide a reasonable housing and community alternative after years of being displaced without any due consideration from the previous PNM government. Neither the Prime Minister or the PNM Prime Minister or NIDCO spoke of or mentioned relocation of displaced homes. As a result, the process has been fraught with legal action, compounding the clear and apparent lack of consideration for the people of Tobago affected. The Land Acquisition Order before the Upper House today represents true leadership, true respect, equality, equity, and upholds the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. That is what the member for Siparia rules by. She rules with fairness and love for across the Trinidad and Tobago, and will not obfuscate or shirk her duty, because the PNM, I have 15 reasons, but I will save all. I will use that for doubles and coffee. 15 reasons why you got 15-0, including the dishonesty that was stated here today, including the disrespect of a chief secretary by a former prime minister in a public event, including opening an airport that they have no gas for the plane in order to mamagai people. That is the PNM, and that's why y'all are over there. So with this, we are now saying to Tobago, the United National Congress hears you, we see you, we love you, and you are our equal partners in governance moving forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Anybody? Yes, Amery.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think we need to define for this government once and for all what is meant by a non-contentious debate. Because just like earlier today, we entered these proceedings anticipating broad support for measures that are deemed non-controversial by basically every senator that has spoken thus far. Such support was also granted on one of the measures in the lower house, but for some reason, this government appears unable to engage in non-contentious discourse. And if you listen to them very closely, Mr. President, it really does sound as if psychologically they are still in opposition, railing against the government of Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, Mr. President, on 2 occasions we've had Senator Roberts intervene, very loud decibel, and ranting and raving. So I am forced to respond to some of the submissions that he's put on the Hansard here today. And Mr. President, it's a good thing this is a simple majority debate, because if there was one senator with the ability to unscore a goal for the government of Trinidad and Tobago, just as was done not too long ago, it would have occurred in this particular debate. Mr. President, Senator Roberts rose after an extraordinary and erudite presentation by my colleague, who is authentically from Tobago and was representing the clear voice of Tobagonians in this Senate, reflecting some appreciation of the accurate history of public works and infrastructure on that island. And yes, this senator, my colleague, gave a fairly exhaustive list and went into some detail in outlining the work done by the People's National Movement, including work that would have entailed the acquisition of lands for public purpose. So I was listening to Senator Roberts to glean any rebuttal or refutation on his part for any of the items listed by Senator Melanie. I did not hear any of that. All that I heard, again, at very loud decibel, all that and you lost, and I think he gave the scorecard, all that and you lost, 15-0. I just want to tell the members of this government, yes, all that and you lost, all that to say the People's National Movement does not do public works just with an eye on the next election. We do, and we've always done public works with an eye on the next generation, both of Tobagonians, Trinidadians, and Trinbagonians. So that's the philosophy. That's the philosophy. So win, lose, or draw, we will continue to perform on behalf of the people of both islands and the country altogether. So it's not just about election result, election reward, etc., etc. But the most disturbing part of the contribution we just heard, Mr. President, and there were several disturbing elements, were the very vigorous references to corruption raised by Senator Anil, the Honorable Anil Roberts. He made heavy weather of corrupt airport contracts, Mr. President, and I believe the reference was the most corrupt airport contracts, etc., etc. But Mr. President, I have two things to say in response to that submission. Number one, by my recollection, it was a United National Congress government that gave this country.
Mr. President, I would like to ask.
Mr. President, may I proceed with my contribution unless the...
46 ones. Mr. President, I just want to ask how far away from the actual motion he's going to go.
I'm going to allow him to develop, and once I will intervene. Continue, please.
Mr. President, I am responding to the contribution of the senator who just preceded me. If Senator Alexander is lost in the proceedings of the Senate, well, once again, I cannot help him.
Mr. President,
I cannot help him.
Order 46.1. This is not about the standing order raised by the honourable member. This is about what...
Okay. Yeah. I'm saying that I listened to 46.1. I'm allowing the member to continue. If he's going off course, I will interject and intervene. Continue.
Thank you for allowing me to respond, Mr. President. Mr. President.
I would like to stand on 46.4, and I said last week that Senator Browne and Senator Al-Rawi have a running
Yeah. All I would like, I just want to remind colleagues that when you raise a standing order, I do give a little flexibility to allow you to explain. But I don't want a dialogue or narrative. All I want members to do is to say 46.4 or 6 or 8. And I have the standing orders here, and I will rule. So to give an explanation, I want us to avoid that. That takes up time. So you are raising standing order 46.4. And that is offensive, huh? No, that is offensive and... Yeah. No. That is the standing order. So what I'm saying is that I'm going to allow the member to continue. And I didn't see much in that one, but I'm going to follow very closely on what Senator Browne is saying, and I will rule accordingly. Continue, please.
Mr. President, this is the Senate of Trinidad and Tobago. This is not this playground at St. Mary's College. Mr. President, I was on the quote that was shared by Senator Roberts when he referred to the airport contract as the most corrupt contract in his recollection. And I was in, Mr. President, can I be allowed to proceed in silence? I'm not giving out O-levels or A-levels here, unfortunately. Mr. President.
Mr. President, 46.4, he just did it again.
Mr.
And that is what he
Listen, I don't think the person made reference to anyone, made a general statement, which he's entitled to do, once he does not impute or refer to any particular member. That would be in breach of the standing orders. So continue, please.
Mr. President, every time they interrupt, I will say it again. The most corrupt airport-related scandal in the history of Trinidad and Tobago was given to this country by a United National Congress government. If they interrupt me again, I will say the same thing because it is the truth, not just with respect to Trinidad and Tobago, but the entire English-speaking Caribbean. So I was very astounded to hear a UNC senator making those references. But I want to go a little beyond that, because if we're talking about corrupt contracts, and if it is Senator Roberts, who is our correspondent in this matter, I would have anticipated some revelation or indication of insight into the life sport program, where
Mr. President, 46.6, he is imputing improper motives.
All right. Yeah. All right. Just as how Senator Al-Rawi objected to any imputation or raising issues of conduct surrounding him, I would uphold that standing order. If you want to raise a matter involving a member, because you refer to Senator Roberts by name and by phone. I'm saying you're imputing improper motives indirectly, and I'm asking you and so on, if you want to go that route and you want to investigate or raise the conduct of a member of this House, do it properly, not in an ordinary debate. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. President, and for an abundance of clarity, I wish to make or refer no improper motive to Senator Roberts. If in this debate, though, the government were to make any allegation of corruption against the People's National Movement, I would invite any member of this UNC government to provide some details to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, not Senator Roberts, any one of his colleagues, Mr. President, with respect to the horrific life sport scandal where $420 million was sequestered for gangsters, for murderers, and there are even concerns in the public
Mr. President,
about the death of Dana Sitaha.
46-1.
Okay. Okay.
What's wrong with him?
Okay. All right, listen. Now, I have ruled on this matter on the live sport, but I see as though it wasn't properly communicated. You have continued along that particular line. And I'm saying to you that you have also made a lot of allegations which are not only imputed, but please. So I'm saying that move on. Move on from that subject matter, lest I call on you to apologize for what you have just said. So let us proceed and move on, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It seems that we've gotten under the skin of Senator Roberts. Mr. President, could I be allowed to proceed in silence?
Hello. Could we have quiet? And please, Senator Roberts, please do not shout across the floor, and that language is not permissible. Please. Okay? That is not parliamentary language. So please, let us conduct ourselves professionally. I have ruled on this matter. Move on, please.
Thank you for your protection, Mr. President. Mr. President, again, this should have been non-contentious. But, Mr. President, he continues to interject across the floor. This should have been non-contentious, and it is the government of Trinidad and Tobago that sought to open this debate, and now it seems they want to play mass but are afraid of powder. Mr. President, I accept your ruling fully, and I will move on from that particular issue. But we are in a debate, and I heard Senator Lewis rise in his chair and ask a series of very specific questions, Mr. President, in the course of this debate. And then a senator rose to respond, and I heard not a maybe I misheard, not a single response to the questions posed by the senator. And I believe those questions are worthy of response from the government, not seeking to extend the debate much further. But these questions have been posed, and I want to implore the government of Trinidad and Tobago, before the conclusion of the debate, to provide some additional information as has been requested on the floor of the Senate. And once again, there are some of those questions that the opposition might be able to contribute to in response to Senator Lewis, but we on this side of the aisle, you are the government of Trinidad and Tobago, so instead of talking about airport scandal and all sorts of other historical references, just some valuation and indication of quantum as requested by Senator Lewis probably would have made for a more substantive contribution. So, Mr. President, in speaking about the people of Tobago and their welfare, I think it is important that we connect with their current sentiments while we engage in this debate, and I'm sure the people of Tobago are quite pleased with the motion brought by the goodly minister. They are also under a bit of pressure. And there's that old saying that You can treat with my infrastructure, but you also have to treat with the things that are immediately in front of me as well. So it's just to reflect our connection and concern that the challenges currently being experienced with supplies in Tobago, we'd hope the government will
Mr.
find
President,
the opportunity.
46.1, this is a very narrow motion.
Members concluded. Yeah.
Get excited. So, Mr. President, just connecting to those contemporary concerns on behalf of the people of Tobago, and we will continue to advocate for the people of Tobago, no matter which side of the aisle we find ourselves. I want to congratulate once again our sister from Tobago, Senator Melanie Roberts-Radgman, for doing an excellent job. I would have hoped that this debate would have already been concluded, but I thought it necessary to rise and respond to some of the assertions made by my erstwhile colleague across the aisle. Mr. President, with these few words, I thank you.
Yes. I would like to advise members before I call on the Honorable Minister of Land and Legal Affairs to speak. We have to be very careful on both sides because the contention is really on the both sides here. We have to be very careful in making allegations. About any member of this Honorable House. If we want to raise allegations about any member in terms of his or her conduct, do it properly on a substantive motion, not in the course of an ordinary debate. I'm very disturbed and troubled by the language that has passed across this floor a short while ago. I would ask members to be very careful in the future. Senator, the Honorable Saddam Hosein.
Thank you. Mr. President, you refer to me as Senator. I don't know if you want me back in this place. I don't know if you want me back in this place. Yeah, all forgiven, Mr. President. Mr. President, I listened to the contributions of my colleagues opposite. I really only have one colleague to give a substantive response on that, Senator Lewis. The other two contributions were devoid of merit and any logic. It was all full of politics and fluff, and that is why they got 15-0. So let me frontally just answer Senator Lewis. Senator Lewis, your first question was, what is the economic value of this transaction? I can tell you on the record, it's $50 million. It was in fact negotiated. Most of the monies have been paid to the Tobago Race Club Limited, and there's a balance that is still outstanding. You ask also what happens when the order goes through. In relation to the law, once the land is formally vested into the state, it will go directly into the THA, who has management of all state lands in Tobago. They will now be responsible for the regularization of this particular estate. So that is the answer there. What are the plans for Cove? I can tell you the initial intention for the acquisition had to deal with housing and settlement. That has in fact commenced with the relocation of the residents based on the airport relocation program. So on the property, I'm advised by the THA that there are persons currently there who were relocated, but they are without title. So there's a house and they're living there. There are some businesses that were in fact moved across there, so that is operating. And the other parts of the land, central government is not going to get involved in THA business in terms of that land will be regularized based on THA. yeah, and be vested in the THA. So if they decide to expand the housing development, that is the prerogative of the Tobago House of Assembly. We are not going to get involved in Tobago's governance in that regard. Leave it for the people of Tobago to determine their way forward. But what was surprising, Senator Lewis, is when I had to respond to you, I had to learn that the expansion project of the airport, where the expansion is, would you believe that is not in the state? That is not in the state. So in fact, now I have to go and bring those particular orders now to vest the airport in the state. The expansion project is not in the state. Could you imagine that? And that is the mess that they left us in. You know, when those plans were completed, those final approved plans were done in 2019. We are now in 2026. They sat on their hands and did absolutely nothing, Mr. President. Nothing, Mr. President. Nothing. Nothing. Then I want to say, Senator Roberts-Radgman, you delivered, or you purported to deliver all of those houses to the people of Tobago, but they were not convinced in January of this year. That is why they took the PNM out of Tobago. They took them out of Tobago. What I was expecting to hear my colleagues opposite respond and say, what was the reason for the delay? None of them in the opposition bench could have explained to the people of Tobago, explained to the senators, why there was a delay. Why? The plans were approved. Why was there a delay? Simply is they do not care for the people of Tobago. And Senator Roberts-Radgman raised a point. And Mr. President, I don't want to bring you into this debate, but in my early years in this place, you told me, don't ask a question you don't want to answer for. Senator Roberts-Radgman raised the Adelphi estate. Now, I had to pull the records immediately about Adelphi. A part of the Adelphi is now vested in Clico, and another part is vested in one Sharon Clark Rowley. And there were several transactions when I pulled the certificate of title where parts of it would then transfer to one Rohan Sinanan. I don't know if you know who he is. Then I saw another piece transfer to Noel Garcia and Maureen Garcia. I don't know who's that. And then there's one transfer to Garth Allen. I don't know who that is. I don't know. I don't know who these people are. These are public records available, stamped, registered, endorsed in the back of the city with Adelphi. So, Senator Roberts-Radgman, you don't ask a question you don't want to answer to. You don't want to answer to. Then she spoke of we must have fairness, we must have transparency, we must have accountability with state lands and acquisitions and so on. What about when she spoke of all of the housing development in Tobago except Inez Gate? Where the former Prime Minister got a discount on a townhouse from his really good friend for $500,000. I didn't hear Senator Roberts-Radgman speak of that.
46-1, please, Mr. President.
Responding to what?
No, he's responding. Sustain, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You see, Mr. President, the member asked for transparency and accountability and went into all matters of details. Senator Browne went into the airport in Piaco, I think, then he went to live sport and so on. But what they should tell us is while he was sitting in the cabinet, why did Michael Kwamina get a parcel of land down the islands for $2,500 per month, measuring at least, I think it was 20,000 square feet, about 4 lots of land, for $2,500 a month? Why did Howard Chinley get a lease for Alcoa?
Mr. President, I rise on standing order 46-1, please.
Yeah. Okay, I overrule that. Continue.
Thank you very much. And as we on the point of acquisition, Mr. President, tell us why a sitting government minister was trying to negotiate a private interest in a parcel of land called Kedona. Tell us why. If you want transparency, you want accountability and fairness, I will give you the response. And if you turn all the way to your left, if I want to respond to Senator Browne, you may have colleagues that occupy state lands. But I wouldn't get into those matters here. Mr. President, I would not get into those matters, but I did not intend to go down this road. Senator Browne took us down here. Senator Roberts-Radgman took us down here, Mr. President. If they want transparency and accountability, I will give them the answers, Mr. President. And then he said, Senator Browne, that, you know, if we required a special majority, if it wasn't a simple majority, that we would have lost because of Senator Roberts' speech. So you are going to deny the people of Tobago title because you didn't like Senator Roberts' tone or that he spoke the truth that you didn't like? That is the politics that they are engaged in, Mr. President. That is what they placed on the Hansard, Mr. President. Mr. President, I had to go and look at a definition of something called sanctimonious hypocrisy. It is the behavior of acting morally superior, pious, or self-righteous while secretly violating the very principles one proclaimed. It is absurd, Mr. President. Mr. President, what we are doing here is correcting a historical wrong. There are more of these matters to settle. I give the assurance to the people of Tobago, I give the assurance to the people of Trinidad that whatever I can do as a Minister of Land and Legal Affairs, with the consent and approval of the Cabinet and within the four corners of the law, I will try my best, Mr. President, to ensure I can bring relief and regularization and tenure to people. If I must leave at one young age with a legacy, Mr. President, I want to ensure that young people are ensured that they have something called security of tenure that they can live on. And I thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to thank my colleagues, the independent senators and also the opposition senators for engaging in this debate. It may not have been, I thought it was non-contentious, it would have had a little contention, but it was a pleasure in this House after returning 6 years ago. After 6 years, it's a pleasure to be here. I hope to be here even more often, Mr. President, to engage your House in the business of giving people lands in an equitable, fair, and lawful manner. I thank you very much, and I beg to leave.
Did you say I beg to move?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Honorable Senators, the question is, be it resolved that the Land Acquisition Requisition Order 2025 be approved. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The motion is carried. Government business.
Mr. President, at this point, I beg to move that the Senate do now adjourn to Friday, February 6, 2026, at 1:30 p.m.
Honorable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Friday, February 6, 2026 at 1:30 p.m. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to Friday, the 6th of February, 2026 at 1:30 p.m.